Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. It is exactly 6:01 and 25 seconds. My name is Mungala Mbuvi and this is Radio Generation 88.8 in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. Watu wa Mombasa mambaje, mmamkaje, ama bado mnalala? Nataka niulize Siti Muga ambaye tuko naye hapa kwenye studio. Siti, there's this notion that watu wa coast wanakuanga very what is the word I'm looking for? Very lazy. Is it true?
Who are the people who hold that view? Ni watu gani hao?
Comedians say it all the time. Your coastarians are just like meh.
Well, those comedians clearly have a very let's say, I'm trying to be polite.
Yes.
Those comedians do not know what they're talking about. Put as simply as I can.
Yes.
If you go to any country on this planet,
right,
that is next to the sea, go to the Mediterranean area, go to places like Spain, anywhere near the Mediterranean.
Yes.
Because of the heat and humidity, the lifestyles tend to be different from those who live in the highlands.
Okay.
People of high altitude and little oxygen. Okay?
All right.
What you will find is because of the heat, people learn to pace themselves. The way they work, the hours they work. You will find, for instance, if you go to Lamu, which is really, really hot because of the day.
Yeah.
School starts very, very early.
Okay. This is now what? Lamu?
I'm talking about Lamu.
Okay.
When you look at the commercial sector, when they break for lunch, they don't open until around 4. It is cooler. And then they work until night.
Yes.
That is people adapting to the weather. If you go to the Middle East, which is equally hot,
yes,
and look at their working hours, you will find it is similar.
Okay.
People adapting to the weather. Now, the people who speak that way are people who come from temperate climates, which have a tendency of also being cool and cold.
Yes.
And so they wake up at different hours, they work at different hours. And the pace of things is different.
Yes.
The midday sun going to 2 and 3 make it almost impossible for you to even walk or move because you'll be sweating buckets. That's what happens when it's hot and it's humid.
Right.
So it's the need to understand why the people at the coast conduct their business the way they do. Yes.
Okay.
Remember, these are the stations where the earliest inhabitants who are not locals to our fair shows came and they conducted business. How did they conduct business with people who didn't know how to do business?
Okay.
Yes.
There's a time I worked in Kisumu City.
Yes.
That place is hot.
Yes, but it's not humid.
Okay, I really can't remember because it was a while back.
Well, I come from that particular environment, so I'm telling you, it is very hot.
Yeah.
But Mombasa is hot and humid.
Now, in Kisumu, I used to sleep with the fan on. We didn't have an AC. So I used to sleep with the fan on the entire night. And I used to switch it off when I wake up. And at a sitting room, nikienda kuketi, there was another fan there. Hiyo nayo ilikuwa inakaa on 24/7. Doors and windows open all the time. Because that place is hot. Well, at the time.
It is still hot. You had grown up in a place that was clearly much, much cooler.
Ngong Race Course, that place was cold throughout the year. Yes. Even when the sun is scorching hot up here for the rest of Nairobi, sisi watu wa Ngong Race Course, that place is called Ngando. Ngando tulikuwa tunakaa kwa baridi.
You know, that was part of the Ngong Forest.
Yes.
From the meteorological department. All that was forest.
Yeah.
Yes. And it is still forested, not very far from Gando Estate. So it stands to reason that it would be cool. Yes.
That place. Yani, during this June, July months when it is cold.
That place is freezing.
Wow. Tulikuwa tunawasha majiko kwa nyumba. And funny enough, no one died because of the carbon monoxide. At least we used to keep it aerated. So, I get, and that's why when I go to a place like Kisumu or even Mombasa, Diani, I cannot stand the sweat. I can't.
Yes, it's hot, but you're sweating. Believe me.
Yeah.
You see, that's the thing. When you come to a place where you're perspiring, you need to keep rehydrating. And most people don't. So you're definitely going to run into some sort of trouble.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let us look at some of the famous events in history as far as September 4th is concerned. So here's the thing. In 1998, on a day like today, Google was incorporated as a privately held company by Stanford University students Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Yeah, that is in 1998. Google was incorporated as a privately held company by Stanford University students Larry Page and Sergey Brin. That is as far as technology is concerned. But internationally, on other news of diplomatic importance, in 1975, the Sinai II Agreement was signed between Egypt and Israel, establishing that their conflicts would be resolved through peaceful means rather than military force. City, watu walikosana kutoka wakati wa Genesis all the way till 1975. They are still here.
No, that's not. What is in Genesis was wandugu walikuwa na zozana. Ni jamii moja.
You remember Israel and Egypt, Pharaoh and let my people go, Moses?
Yes, but before that, remember, if you are a reader of the Bible,
yes,
even before Joseph was taken as a slave to Egypt, which brought about this story of the Egyptians and the Israelis and blah, blah, blah. Among those communities, among the 12 tribes,
yes, of Israel,
watu walikuwa nagombana na wanapigana. There was always one region thinking they're better than the other. See, the genealogy of Israel, for most people, it ends on Abraham.
Okay.
All right? Then sons. Sons have sons.
Yeah.
Sons have more sons and daughters, and so forth, and so forth, and so forth. That's why in many of those communities, you find it is normal for people to marry their cousins. They're considered normal.
Yes.
All right? Now, the point I'm trying to make here is this. Human beings and the way they relate to each other hasn't changed from the time we understood that we're called human beings and that we're inhabiting a planet called Earth.
Okay.
All right?
Yes.
The only time it seems to be an issue is if the aggression that we've shown among ourselves is extended to somebody who isn't quite like us. Then we see it in a way that we would not have looked at it if it was being perpetrated just from among ourselves. You think African nations didn't fight among themselves? They did.
Well, that time it was just tribes fighting tribes.
My point exactly.
Yeah.
But you think the tribes didn't take territory from other tribesmen? They did.
They did.
The Europeans, though, brought to a completely different level. That was the whole point. Completely different level. Because then, it wasn't just fighting.
Yes.
They wanted to subjugate. Now, if you look at, I'm answering your question.
Yes.
The people who left their countries to go to these new lands were usually outcasts. Britain had a blueprint for this thing that was actually quite amazing.
Yeah.
They even decided that
they had a blueprint.
Yes, they understood. If you are the sort of criminal that they don't even want within their compound, within their nation, they took you to Australia. So it was what you call a penal colony. The people they first took there.
Any Australians are rejects of Brito, for lack of a better word.
Yes, the guys who were taken there, hardcore
criminals,
hardcore death row, Australia, hardened people. South Africa, the people who were running from Holland, they were pilgrims, they were religious rejects. The Mayflower and those who went to the US, again, they were religious. Modern slang terminology, you call them religious nutcases. They were just religious people who had a different way of looking at religion from the others.
Paul Mackenzie.
And they were big. No, Paul Mackenzie.
It's a different story.
No, that guy, a story for another day.
Okay.
These are people who wanted to go to a place where they would be free to practice the faith the way they want. Then came other settlers. And the settlers usually are people who are running from their country for one reason or the other. Now, the countries where they were running from understood that they needed administration. But before they brought in administration, they brought in businessmen. When I say the British had a blueprint, I know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
British East Africa Company. British East India Company. Business. The businessmen went. Then after the businessmen went, government didn't come immediately. Now, formalized religion and religious people, some went as explorers, some went as doctors, but they went. Government came later, all right?
Yeah.
When I say blueprint, it is systematic, and you can see, the reason why I can talk about it this way is because you can see, all right?
Yeah.
Israel was where the story began. 1947, they decide they want to move these European Jews European, I'm being specific.
Yes.
There were Jews in Palestine in 1947. There were Jews in Palestine in 1937. There were Jews in Iran and Iraq and Syria and all those places. The Jews were there.
Yeah, I understand there are also Jews in Ethiopia.
Yes, Falasha Jews. Then the Europeans, Britain,
Britain, to be specific.
yes, they decided, because they are the ones who had taken over the running of Palestine. This is after the First World War.
Yeah.
Second, rather. Sorry, not first. So they decided they want to bring these European Jews. Stories abound about the Balfour Agreement, what they did, and so forth. But essentially, at the time, they determined to move something like 7 million people from their homeland and take them somewhere else to a drier, harsher part of that particular terrain that they owned. And that's the Gaza Strip.
Okay.
Okay? So now these guys come in, and we are where we are today.
With all these conflicts.
We are where we are. And stories still abound as to why that happened. Then the story of two states existing side by side. The current PM of Israel rejects it completely. You bloody well went to somebody's country and took it over, for heaven's sake. And then you are deciding that these people have no place in their own country. It's a bit bizarre, don't you think?
I mean, I'd be mad if people came from God knows where in Europe, came to Kenya and displaced us.
My friend, you'd be pissed off. Look at it even as a very simple notion of the house you live in. Somebody comes in as a guest and then decides to stay and then tells you to leave. Your house.
Yeah. Aje.
You actually wonder, what are you talking about?
Aje.
And that's precisely it, really.
We need a proper history lesson on this particular story, and perhaps we shall.
We'll bring in historical experts, but more importantly, Palestine has an ambassador in this country, so does Israel. We'll bring both of them here to ask them to tell us their story.
Do you want that Gaza war in this studio?
No, they will not come at the same time. They will not agree to come at the same time.
Yeah.
We'll call them.
I also don't think it would be fair anyway to bring them at the same time.
No, they'll come in on different days.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Sawa.
But remember, the problem that these people have is not with the Palestinian Authority. The problem they have is with Hamas.
Yeah.
And even on that one, there's a tail. Because there are those who argue that Israel supports Hamas to keep the Palestinian Authority from gaining more foothold. Man, the stories around this thing are so many.
Okay. I want you to give us a methali for the day. And as you give us that methali, allow me to read a comment here from Jesus Protect on YouTube. Amesema inevitable impeachment to Ruto, Juba boys in Northern. Na kaiachia hapo. Good morning, Jesus Protect. Aya. Siti Muga, tusome hiyo methali yetu ya leo.
The power of words. That's what I want to look at. A cutting word is worse than a bowstring. A cut may heal, but the cut of the tongue does not.
I agree with you. A cutting word is what?
Is worse than a bowstring.
Oh, the bow string.
Arrow.
Okay.
String, bila string, arrow haina nguvu.
Kweli.
Sio? Shala haina nguvu kama sio? Yes.
Yeah.
A cut may heal, but the cut of the tongue does not.
Me, I usually tell people, even when you're arguing, be careful about the words you use. Even when you're insulting someone, be careful of the words that you use, because words can never be taken away. Because once said, it can never be unsaid.
That's it. Once you say it, it's out.
Yeah.
And the person will remember it for eternity.
Hata useme pole ngapi, you give them money, you do whatever it is that you want to do to them, they will never forget those words that you used.
Tell them you don't mean it. You didn't mean it. But they've heard you.
Ushasema.
So you cannot mean it as much as you like.
Yeah.
They heard you.
So that's where we come to a close as far as that morning conversation is concerned. But we are now getting into the news that are making headlines across the globe. And if you join us on rgk.co.ke, not only will you get the news, but you will definitely get to see CT and myself here in studio and our guests that will be joining us throughout the show. So why don't you log on to www.rgk.co.ke. But if you're, getting into your car, the frequency is 88.8 FM. You can also find us in Mombasa at 90.7. And most importantly, we can be found on many platforms, including TuneIn and Radio Garden. All of those platforms are absolutely free. So wherever you are in the world and you prefer listening to Radio Garden, it's okay. You can just search for Radio Generation. Utatupata pale Nairobi, Kenya. Mombasa, it's 90.7. If you like listening via TuneIn, why not? But like I told you, our website, not only will you get to see us, but you will get to interact with the stories that are ongoing all over the world. For instance, there's a story about our CS for Interior, that is Murkomen, who calls for public vigilance as new cult graves unearthed in Kilifi. Yes, tumekuwa tukisikia hizi stories za kwa Binzaro.
What exactly is his docket?
Interior, security. Interior Ministry, his internal security, basically.
So that's his docket, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So I'm sure there's details as to what he means by be vigilant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So again, the headline says Murkomen calls for public vigilance as new cult graves unearthed in Kilifi. Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has called on Kenyans to play a more active role in protecting communities from dangerous religious cults, warning that silence and neglect have been room for such groups to thrive and claim lives. Speaking on Wednesday in Busia during the launch of the Jukwaa la Usalama tour, Murkomen faulted families and neighbors for failing to report when their loved ones disappear or join suspicious religious movements. He said many of the deaths linked to cults could have been prevented through timely alerts to authorities. Timely alerts to authorities. So he's saying that, look, guys, you need to be vigilant.
People are vigilant. What he should tell us is what it is that happens with the information that security forces are given.
You know, me, I want to take an example of where I live. I live in an estate.
Yes.
It's a gated community.
Yes.
Bro, pale watu waongeleshanangi. To be honest.
Sinyi in the middle class.
Hiyo sasa ndio shida. My next door neighbor, literally we share a wall. But atuongeleshanangi. And it's not like I don't want to talk to them, but it's because even their facial expression, you can't say hi.
But that has nothing to do with you.
Exactly. So me, I try and keep distance because labda lizaliwa hivyo. But kuna vile hata mkipatana mahali mkinunua nyanya.
So you don't even say hello.
Kuna sura ikitengenezwa city, you can't even say hello.
There's something wrong with you and your neighbor. There is something very wrong.
And then there are some neighbors who are female neighbors. The moment you say hi, bro, umefungua Pandora's box.
Why on earth are you focusing on saying hi to the female neighbors and yet they are male neighbors? Why?
No, but I'm telling you, there are some people who live in those houses that are also single women.
That is fine.
So, kuna vile unaweza sema hello to this lady, aanza kufikiria ni kama kuna story nyingine. Unaona?
That's a figment of your imagination.
No. I'm telling you because I've been through that nonsense before.
Look,
the moment you say hi, then now tomorrow it's hi mbuvi, mambo mbuvi, akinisaidia na chumvi, akimbuvi TV yangu ifanyi kazi, kuja nisaidie, and that's a conversation.
Then the problem is with you. How did you say hi? Did you just say hello?
I just said
or
hello.
Did you stand upright?
I'm like, hello neighbor.
Say hello. What did you do?
Sijui tuite Edna tusaidie kwa hii conversation. There are some neighbors by the unasalimia hivi inakuwa ni shida. Hata bwanake anakuja kukuuliza niliona umeongelesha madam pale, what's the issue? You're like, I just said hello. Hata sikujua ni madamu wako.
You know the thing is, I'm beginning to understand that you live in a really strange neighborhood.
Actually I do. I do. These people, let me tell you, City, kuna in Nairobi, because the issue, people have either ulterior motives or people think you have ulterior motives.
Yeah? Me, I've lived with neighbors for a long time.
Someone says hi and then now they want your Wi-Fi password. See now, hapo sasa tumeanza kuzoeana. Tumevuka mpaka sasa.
Are there people who are close to you in age?
Yeah, I can say we are age mates, plus minus 5.
You are a strange lot. What nonsense is that? Can people just say hello to each other? How do people live?
Ujisalimiwa zile za mambo City. Atiyo password yako inekwanga, akisijalipia wifi yangu, akisu nisaidie, I need to do some work, and then, you know, once I pay mine.
If that work is important, then you will pay for yours. It's not really complicated. I am definitely not giving you my password, Wi-Fi, whatever it is you're asking for.
Okay. Getting back to what our...
Man, you live in a strange neighborhood.
Someone is asking, Mbuvi. Let me just read this message. Ati Mungala Mbuvi. Where is that message? Here it is. Mungala Mbuvi. Kwani, what did female neighbors do to you? There's nothing they did to me. Female neighbors are just...
Kwani, that gated estate, how many houses are there? How many units are there?
A couple of hundred. Over 100. I've never counted.
I take back the statement that I made.
Yeah.
Those are many, many, many units.
Yes, they are.
You know something, my friend? It doesn't kill you to just say hello. Yeah. Even if someone's face looks like it is going to bite you. Okay? Just say, Jirani habari.
Yeah.
Leave it at that.
Okay.
Yes.
But there's a neighbor I made friends with na akatoroka na bibi yangu. So, again, I try and keep distance nowadays.
Now you get to the heart of the matter. Hakutoka na bibi yako.
Okay, bibi yangu alikubali kutoroka na yeye.
Thank you so much for understanding that simple message.
Right. No, I knew where you were going.
Yes, you did. Na bibi hata hakutoroka. Alikuacha tu.
Aliniacha kaendea huyo jamaa.
Do you consider it a bad thing or a good thing?
I consider it a thing. It's not good, it's not bad. It's just a thing.
Sometimes when you look back, does that not tell you the person that you are married to?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I consider it a thing. It's one of those lessons in life you learn. But look, me, I'm here to talk about CS Murkomen. Murkomen anataka watu kama mimi sasa nianze kujua stories za neighbor. If my neighbor today were to disappear for a day, 2-3 days, a week, chances are I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't notice. And even if I noticed that CT Muga, my neighbor, isn't around, chances are I won't come and knock, at your door. Zile za hello. You now stafanya. Watu ushago wanaweza.
You see, you have an experience that has led you to that particular point.
Yes, I have.
But what you are referring to is a concept that was studied for the longest time with regards to urbanization.
Yeah.
In a rural community, that would never happen.
What? Taking someone's wife?
No.
Or your wife going away?
Ooh. That happens whether you're in an urban setting or a rural setting.
Okay.
That's not what I'm referring to.
Okay.
In a rural setting, if you were to give it the modern terminology, you could argue that everybody's in everybody's business. People know when you've left. People know when you've come back.
Yeah.
People, they know. Now, the modern urban thinking is that you want to keep to yourself and you're looking for privacy. Human beings are social creatures. The thing that kills most people who are old in those Western countries is loneliness.
Yes.
You have no one who comes to see you, so you end up being irrelevant. And then there's this concept of old people's homes, which is like a storage for old people. Okay?
It's a fridge.
Yeah, it's a storage.
Yes.
When you get to a certain age, you're taken to a storage where you're kept there and compartmentalized.
Yes.
We have a completely different take on it. Old people live with their children, they live with their grandchildren, and they live to be very long. Their relevance is always intact.
Okay.
Now, when you adapt these modern ways of doing things, where you never visit parents, you never take your children to see them, your children don't go home to take time with their grandparents, then you've adopted that. What then manifests in your neighborhood is a certain sense of alienation. You feel you need to keep to yourself. What you're doing by keeping to yourself, you are actually alienating yourself from others.
Okay.
You're going against the very grain of what you are as a human being. You are a social creature.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And there'll be consequences for that particular attitude. Yes.
All I'm saying is that Nyumba Kumi concept doesn't work well in urban settings, especially settings such as where I live.
As I told you, that little enclave around where you live.
Nihame?
No. By all means, stay.
Yes.
You people are strange.
We are strange, eh?
You are absolutely strange.
My neighbor once offered my significant other a lift. Jamaa hata nisiwahi muona tena. Let's see what's happening on the other side of the stories. Hey. Watu lipieni bibi zenyu Uber. Otherwise, neighbor atampatia lift. Judiciary embarks on nationwide prison decongestion drive.
God almighty.
The Judiciary, in collaboration with the Prisons and Correctional Services has launched a nationwide prison decongestion exercise and aimed at promoting justice, rehabilitation, and humane treatment of offenders. Again, let me say that. The Judiciary, in collaboration with the Prisons and Correction Services, has launched a nationwide prison decongestion exercise aimed at promoting justice, rehabilitation, and humane treatment of offenders. Chief Justice Martha Koome, who led the inaugural exercise at Garissa GK prison, where 18 inmates were released to serve the remainder of their sentences through community service, said the initiative reflects a shift from punitive incarceration to rehabilitation and reintegration. We are moving away from the old approach that focused solely on punishment towards one that recognizes the human potential in every person. Overcrowding undermines prisons' ability to reform offenders and compromises human dignity, said the CJ. So this is a good thing. Let them decongest. I once went to Kunai prison iko hapa after Western Hotel. Do you know the name of that prison?
Langata.
No, it's Wacha Langata prison. It's a short-term prison where people go for like short-term sentences.
That's a remand.
It
is actually behind Western
Hotel, yes.
Yes.
So that's
and then there's a primary school next to it.
Yes. So I volunteered there after Campo.
What are you volunteering for?
I was teaching physics, chemistry, mathematics, and biology.
To the inmates?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
They have lessons where inmates are taught?
Yes. Actually, two of them only passed KCSE that particular year. So I volunteered to teach those subjects. And that place was properly congested. Kaliwa kamejaza, huko ndani kulikuwa kumejazana properly. And those inmates, first of all, they're very polite. But the warden who was in charge of the prison told me, my friend, don't get too close to them. For example, they can ask you to call someone on their behalf. They even give you a number, like, just because we weren't allowed to get in there with our phones or any electronic gadgets. At a belt, unaambiwa wache uko kwa gate. As you get in, you just get in with your... And we were told also not to come with shoes that are open or have laces. So I used to go there with, shoes that can actually slip-ons. Yes. So I was instructed to not, you can interact with them in class, but beyond that, don't get too friendly with them, because you can give them your number or they give you a number to go and call. Then baadaye huyo mtu mwenye umepigia kutafute na akuibie, or worse, akumalize. But I was getting to the point of the fact that place was congested. I went where they sleep. My friend, I hope those places have improved, because the sleeping quarters, first of all, it's an entire dome. Mattresses need thin like a phone. I don't even know how those guys, you can't get comfortable in there.
Oh, yes, you can.
You can?
Human beings can get used to anything. It's not the floor. Even that floor you can get used to. Yes.
Ugali ilikuwa inapikwa manze, hiyo ugali hata ikuwa inaiva vizuri, because they were cooking it themselves.
Themselves?
Yeah. In the kitchen. The inmates cook. They are not at the offenders like rapists or killers or murderers. Ni wale wameiba kuku. Watu wako na tu shida maybe za domestic violence, child support hujalipa, uko hapo for 6 months before urudi uendelee kulipa, uliba engine ya gari ya mtu, unawekwa hapo. Vitu ndogo ndogo, not
nothing major.
Not major offenses. Yeah. But anyway, congested they are.
The prison system speaks very loudly about how it is that we value human life. Because if you hear the stories of remand or the industrial area remand, and you're given the statistics of the individuals who are there, remand is a short-term stay establishment. You find that people have been there for 4 years. And the reason is because they did not have the odd 1,000 or 2,000 shillings bill that was required. That's it. So you're actually forgotten.
Yeah.
But it isn't strange. In the days when we had detention as part of our laws, you could be detained and they forget that you were detained. Seriously.
They forget you?
Well, life has gone on. They arrested you at that time because they thought they needed to arrest you. And then they forget. They get on to other things. So they are the people to arrest.
You forget me na kuroga.
Well, that's, maybe you can, but that's what happens. They forget you.
I'm sure uko prison ndani huwezi kosa mganga mmoja hivi ama mrogi mmoja nisaidie kukuroga. Yeah, but I mean, how do you forget? But at least you have your lawyers, your family members who can actually wanaweza fuatilia kesi yako.
Bro, I'm not talking about those people who have lawyers, families, blah. I'm talking about the extreme disadvantage in our society. You're caught loitering. Or there was a roundup of people in an estate and you are walking and you're just gone to visit your cousin.
Yeah.
And you're staying in an SQ. What watatu. Okay? They don't know where you are and you don't even have a phone. And even if you do, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. They won't let you make that phone call.
What phone call? That's the point I'm trying to make. They'll be looking for you, but they can't find you. And there are many such people in the town because people leave the rural areas ostensibly to look for a better life in Nairobi.
Yeah.
And it is very easy to get caught up in one of these things. Or you get used to some young men in the estate you're living in, and they tell you, twende huku na huku na huku. Then the police come. The police seem to think that there's a group of young people. They must be up to some wrong. You're all picked up. You end up in remand.
And that's why we say we need to go. We need our police to go back for further training. Hii story ya kushika tu watu ovyo ovyo.
But at least nowadays, a complete overhaul of that curriculum.
Yeah, overhaul.
Because the curriculum is what tells you as to what it is we intend to visualize as a service provided by the police service. What they learn and what they do, if you meet a recruit who's just left the college, very polite, very pleasant, they salute, they have the name tag, they have that number that is the service number, they have all that thing, and they refer to you as sir. We stopped you. They're telling you why, sir. Come after 3 months, meet the same person. When they've grown a slight belly.
Yeah.
Where?
Kuja hapa.
Learned behavior.
Yeah.
Learned.
Okay.
When you're older, you don't quite experience it. If you're young,
it's a problem.
You know, it's like you committed a crime you didn't know about. And this person is going to tell you but he's arresting you for that crime, which you also don't know about. And the way you're handled from the get-go, you know, you're left wondering, what did I do to this person? So that violence that you see, for instance, with the city, the county government askaris,
Kanjo.
Those fellows are violent. I don't know where they're trained and how they're trained. They are inhumane. Have you ever seen them demolishing kiosks and moving street vendors?
Yes, I have.
It can break your heart. You wonder, why do you have to destroy everything these people have? And probably that's all they have. And they seem okay with it.
Yeah. City council askaris.
They are terrible people.
Guy, sawa city. Pole, on their behalf.
No, they are really terrible people.
Yeah. No, I can feel your pain through that microphone. I want us to do the traffic and then tuingie kwa magazeti. City anatuambia what's in the papers this particular morning. Or rather, City and myself will be telling you what's in the papers this morning.
Traffic.
All right, so here we go. Imeenda up your map. Oh yeah, here we go. So Nairobi County looking interesting kama kawaida this particular hour. For instance, we have issues along Ngong Road. This is a place not Ngong Road. This is Thika Road. The usual place pale Muthaiga. I don't even yani mnajuanga tu hapo Muthaiga mtakuwa na shida coming on na sasa this time around it may stretch a bit back up all the way from KCA University. That is where your traffic is starting from. Also pale Allsop stage before you get to Outer Ring Road, a little bit of traffic there, but I understand it's because you're probably joining Outer Ring, but it's a quick moving jam, if I may point out. Then let's take a look at let me quickly go to Ngong Road and see what's happening on Ngong Road. Before I get to that, there's Jogoro not looking bad at this particular hour, lakini pale Makadara si mnajuanga tu kwa sababu ya train station kuna kajam kiasi, but it's moving nonetheless. Enterprise Road, no complaints whatsoever. Nairobi Mombasa Highway, if you're getting into town, there's some issue kutoka pale vo Imara Daima heading towards General Motors, but tukishafika pale vo after General Motors, that roundabout, everything else is okay. I'm actually looking for Ngong Road on this map. Oh yeah, here we are. Ngong Road is not bad at this particular hour. Things are actually smooth the entire road. Yeah, but any incidences you think that are happening and you think we should know, you can always find us on our social media handles. That is at Radio Gen KE on Instagram and on Twitter, and you can also find us at Radio Generation Kenya on Facebook. Yeah, let's get you guys moving. I'll see you.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Haya, sawa tuingie kwenye magazeti sasa hivi, but before we do that a big shout out to my colleagues here. We have Tania wananicheka, we have Edna anauliza ati wifi password ni kitu ya kunyima a female friend surely. Yeah, then Branodor is asking Mungalambuvi, who hurt you? Branodor, kuja tukunywe kahawa before uingie kwa show yako nikwambie who hurt me. Tuanze na gazeti la Daily Nation. Puzzle of 123,000 missing grade 9 students. Wait, what? Thousands of learners who sat the grade 6 exam 3 years ago will not participate in next month's assessment to determine senior school admission. Questions are now being asked what happened to the group. Let me read this again.
Read it, please.
Puzzle of 123,000 missing grade 9 students. Thousands of learners who sat the grade 6 exam 3 years ago will not participate in next month's assessment to determine senior school admission. Questions are now being asked what happened to the group. So there are some students who probably fell off, initangwaje? Instead kutafutia word city. Wali drop out of school.
Yes.
So we have 123,000 of them. Why many parties could be barred from next polls? That is a story on page 7. MCAs lose court battle for more hefty allowances. That story is on page 8 of the Daily Nation. County operations stall over tenders fight with state. That story is on page 4 and 5. And yeah, actually that's what's making headlines on the Daily Nation. Nikiangalia the Star newspaper haraka. State spends 17.2 million daily on tea and mandazi. Are we serious? State spends 17.2 million daily on tea and mandazi. That story is on page 4 and 5. Disquiet as city MCAs protest Ruto and Raila deal on Sakaja. That story is on page 6. Leaders raise alarm as Jubaland forces invade Mandera. And the Star has got 2 pictures there of, I don't know if these are residents or Jubaland forces or KDF, but the pictures are there. Let me just read the caption. Jubaland soldiers on the right. Okay, so these are soldiers. Jubaland soldiers right. Mandera residents hold placards protesting against the presence of Jubaland forces in the community. So watu wa Mandera are on the left. Wait, they're on the right. The soldiers are on the left. Okay. Yes. So you can get more of that story on page 7. False claims. Shimo Latewa prison boss dismisses cult leader Mackenzie's poison claim. Allah. Greener pastures. Tusker happy with Ogam's move to Austrian Bundesliga. Nice. Ogam ameenda Bundesliga ya Austria, sorry.
Bundesliga ya
Australia.
Ama mazapo umejaribu.
But ni Austrian Bundesliga. You know, Austrians speak German, so even
they do.
Yeah. The Premier League is called Bundesliga, just like the German one. Big shout out to Ogama Zejo. Ametoka Tusker ameenda nini, si unakumbuka huyu ndiye alikuanga superstar wakati wa Chan. Yeah, so that is what is happening on the front pages of those 2 papers I have read. But this is story. Sorry, there's this story about how the state spends 17.2 million daily on tea and mandazi. How much do you take mandazis yourself? Because when I'm here in the morning, I don't see you taking mandazi. But I remember you said you usually eat at home.
I don't really.
Yeah.
No. But that story is carried in all the papers, actually. Yes, because when you look at the Standard, they have that same story. They headlined as travel, lunches, and tea gobble billions as health education starter.
I don't know how to react to this because si ati sitaki, nataka watu wa serikali pia wakunywe chai juu ni binadamu kama sisi. But sielewi 17.2 million. But anyway, see, we have a lot of state officers and who actually who gets tea in Gava?
Even if you go to a government office, you can get tea.
No, but what I'm asking is, as a client.
Yes, so you're a Kenyan.
So
if you
let's
go
say
at 10 and tea is being served, you'll get tea.
So if I walk to, say, Ministry of Interior to this morning at 10, I might find
tea is being served.
CS Murkomen there kipata cha nisikia kusema tu patiuni kijana chai.
You'll get tea. You'll get tea.
Okay. If I go to the DP's office, professor nipata kikunywa chai atasema
you'll get tea.
Chai. Okay.
It's rather expensive, but you'll get tea.
But what I'm asking is, does every employee of Gava get tea in the morning?
I don't know. I do not know. But I have had occasion to drink tea in the government offices, so I know.
My parents, like I told you, were civil servants before they retired. I'll actually ask them if they got tea. I know my mom is listening. Mom, tell us if you got tea. Hey, wacha mama yangu aniambie kama walikuwa wanapokea tea. I know she will respond immediately.
They get tea. They used to get tea. Break time.
Yes.
Even tea.
And is that tea for everyone?
Well, I can only talk about my experience, really.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you were a civil servant at the point.
I was a teacher. Yes, I was a teacher. And we used to get tea.
Yeah, but you see, that's a small community as compared to...
No. You asked the question, and Teachers Service Commission is under the Ministry of Education.
Yes.
And I am telling you, yes, we used to drink tea at tea time. There was a budget for it.
I also saw that happening at Nairobi School, where I was. But I can assume it's because it's a small community.
Schools
so
are
you won't make tea for 1,000 students and then ignore some 70 teachers.
You see, there's a point I'm getting at here. That
Okay.
Nairobi School is a boarding school.
Yes, it was.
When I first started teaching, it was a day school. There was a budget for it. That's why you could drink the tea. Okay?
Are we talking about the Nairobi School, the national school?
It's a boarding school.
Yes.
I am talking about the places where I experienced tea.
Okay.
It was when I was a teacher.
Okay.
And there were day schools. Yes. And there was tea for teachers. We were not contributing for the tea. It was available.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So if it was available for teachers, what makes you think? Remember, every ministry has departments. Now, in these departments, there was tea available. Now, the experience that people have now, I don't know, except the one I have had. And when I've been to government offices at around the time when people drink tea, I have drunk tea.
Okay.
Whether it is 4 o'clock, whether it is 10 o'clock, I have drunk tea.
Yeah.
So whether everybody else in the building gets tea, I don't know.
Sawa City, I'm sorry. 17.2 million. Let's get back to 17.2 million.
Yes.
So is this, when we say 17.2 million, are we counting plus now Nairobi School and all other government institutions?
That's what the article will tell us.
University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University.
That is what the article will tell us.
Yeah, let me just...
Remember,
education
institutions all have common rooms.
Yeah.
In school, it's called a staff room. In the university, it's a common room. Yes. But the common rooms are visited in the universities. You buy that tea.
Oh.
It is subsidized, but you buy the tea.
Okay.
Yes.
A new report from the Control of Budget has revealed government agencies spent 6.3 billion on hospitality items, mainly tea and mandazis, during the financial year ending June 30th, 2025. This was despite directives by President William Ruto for fiscal austerity and radical cost-cutting measures to help the country steer the difficult economic situation that has persisted since the COVID-19 era. This means the government has been spending 17.2 million daily on refreshments and entertainment. The huge expenditure shows there has only been a marginal decline in the hospitality spend, despite Ruto's tough talk on austerity. Last year, the government spent 7.6 billion on hospitality. State House recorded the highest hospitality expenditure of 1.15 billion, translating to 3 million daily, followed by the Judiciary at 514.65 million, about 1.5 million daily. State House plays host to high-level diplomatic engagements, political gatherings, and has a stream of visitors owing to the nature of the president's responsibilities. Now, to be honest, I don't know how to respond to this particular headline. Government spends 17.2 million daily on tea, mandazi, and entertainment. Watu wanafaa kukula bana. Kama kuna kitu moja wezi nyima watu ni chakula. But ukiona president amesema austerity measures, perhaps he's talking about if you're having 10 mandazis
How
per
many
person.
times has the president spoken about austerity measures? This is not the first time.
Yeah, but I'm talking about specifically on this tea.
But this is not the first time he's spoken about that either.
So I'm assuming that maybe perhaps you as Sitimuga, maybe you take 3 cups in the morning and 4 cups in the afternoon, and then 10 mandazis in the morning, and then maybe 6 in the afternoon. So maybe what the president is saying, can we take a cup each? Maybe take a cup in the morning and 2 mandazis, and then in the afternoon or in the evening or 5 o'clock or whatever, take another cup and maybe just 2 mandazis.
If we look at the revenue that we collect every year as Kenyans, and we look at what is being spent on tea, it is raising the big hoo-ha, because this is against a backdrop of people who do not know what they're going to eat today.
Exactly.
There are those who didn't eat yesterday, and the numbers keep growing.
Oh, yes.
It is against that backdrop that this now sounds a little bizarre. Okay?
Yes.
But it is even more bizarre when you look at the headline, like on page 5 of the Standard, where they say, Control of Budget Report, pending bills surge to 525 billion, crippling businesses and straining SMEs. Pending bills means there are people who conducted business with agencies within the government or the government direct. You're talking about county governments, you're talking about national government, and they haven't been paid. For any entity that is referred to as government to conduct business, it means that was budgeted for. Okay? And that is the reason why you could commit and engage. Okay? Now, there is nowhere where that you're told, these guys haven't spent this amount, so they are pending. What is pending is not what they owe, but what they need to spend. They always want more money, which means the money was spent. And yet, the pending bills arise from people who claim that they did something and they haven't been paid. So, are we saying that there are people who claim to have done work which they haven't done?
Okay.
Now, that view was taken by the government, this government, and a certain audit team led by a gentleman called Robert Ouko, who had been our Auditor General, went into conducting an audit of all these bills. And they came up with a list of bills that had been audited, and they said these are okay, can be paid.
Yeah.
As to whether they've all been paid, that we're not clear on that. But they said some couldn't be paid because they raised issues. There has always been a cloud around those who need to pay bills and whether they're paying the bills or not. That cloud has always existed.
Okay.
So, if you're being told that the bills have increased, at the time they were 600, then they went down, billion, then they went down. You know, if we are collecting, if our revenue is 2.something trillion, 2.5 trillion, and a fifth of that, the equivalent of a fifth is in pending bills. And then another 900 plus billion is what we use to pay off whatever it is that we owe. If you look at the sum total we're supposed to pay in a year, and this year it's something like 2.3 trillion. Something is very wrong here. Because if you throw pending bills to what it is that we're supposed to pay off in terms of our debts this year, then it means whatever revenue we have will all go. And will be in deficit. Because our revenue is something like 2.5 trillion. That is not a healthy position to be in at all. It doesn't matter how you look at it. So when you hear of excesses within government, and all you hear is talk about the excesses and the president saying that we will do something about it. Nothing has been done from the time he spoke about something being done. Travel hasn't gone down.
True.
The cost of travel, and we're not talking, moving from here to Mlolongo, that's not the travel they're talking about. We're talking about the entourage that accompanies leaders. All political leaders. It's a cost.
From the minister to the PS.
To the president and the deputy.
Yes.
Then travel out of the country. They also travel with an entourage. It's a cost. And many government officials travel often.
Even the OCS. When you want OCS for police station, I can move.
No.
Yeah.
So when you talk about the tea and the mandazi being consumed on a daily basis, for it to make sense, compare it with what else is consumed by officials of government in terms of how much do we spend on travel generally per day.
Okay.
When you look at that, How much and travel doesn't mean you just moving. It means allowances, per diems.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. That is so that when they say travel budget, that's like all those per diems are included in that.
They have to be included, and it amounts to it's a fairly significant amount.
I know, because like I said, I have relatives who've worked in Gava. Some of them still working in Gava. And I know the per diems are proper. Actually, sometimes
government per diems are very good.
Yeah, sometimes they accumulate when depending on the month. Sometimes your per diems can actually be even more than your salary.
If you want to understand the absurdity of it, there was a time in the President Uhuru's tenure as president of this country, there was an audit done in the Ministry of Health. That's why it ended up being called Mafia House. So there was an individual there who I think worked in the finance department. And what the audit found, that man who doesn't move, he just works in the office, had earned per diems for around 370 days. Now, we know a year has 365 days.
Yes.
That man's per diem, when you worked it on a daily basis, including Sundays and Saturdays, it exceeded the number
more than a year.
Yes. And there was some 5 billion that somehow you couldn't explain. And that's the time when all procurement officers were transferred. At the time I wondered, so what do they think they're doing? You've transferred them to go where? To some other ministry.
Yeah.
The habits that you have are not kept in a drawer, so that when you leave it in that drawer. They're embedded in your person.
Yeah.
So if you go to another ministry, you will carry them with you. Yes. So in short, I'm saying nothing happened. Because not long after that, we had a problem with KEMSA. We had a problem with God knows what. The problems didn't end. So the problem is not the problem. The problem is the people. And all these things that we point fingers at political leaders, they have a very big role to play.
Yeah.
But some of these scams in ministries, it's a host of people who perpetrate them. And they seem to do so willingly. Yes. So.
Haya, mi ninakwambia kwamba for the tea part, the state spending on 17.2, I'd like to understand when they say tea, because mimi sitaki watu wanyimwe chai kwa ofisi. I think tea is very important.
These are people who are employed.
Hapana, city.
They are paid a salary. Now, we have people who don't have jobs, they don't have food.
Yeah.
Why are you giving people who are paid a salary food, and yet there are people who don't have food?
You know, sometimes salary is actually delay.
That's your problem with the job you're doing, but you have a job and you have a salary. There are people who don't have jobs, they don't have an income. In the absence of an income, they cannot eat. I'm not talking about anything else. They cannot eat.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if kuna wenye wanaweza saidika kwa ofisi wapatiwe chai, siye ni sawa?
No, it is not. It's a system that was useful at a certain point in time. No, that system has been abused. So that system should be done away with. If you want to drink tea, collect money among yourselves and then buy the tea for yourselves. It's not the government's job to buy you tea. No, it is not. If tea is that important and we're in this office, there are 10 of us, let's do the maths.
And it's tea.
We contribute.
It's not like they've been given champagne in the office city. It's not like they've been given, expensive double black whiskey in the office.
The point I'm making here is that the citizens in this country who don't have a job.
Yeah. And I know.
Do not know, you don't. They do not know what they're going to do the whole of this day. They have children. And then you are giving somebody who already has a job and has a salary, even if it's delays.
Been jobless for over a year. I know the pains of being jobless.
You have a university education. It is different.
Yeah.
There are people who left under 2.5. Okay, because that is where the fees came to an end. All right? There are people who have diplomas. There are people who had jobs that they no longer have, and there is no possibility inside that they're going to get new jobs.
Yeah.
There are people who are destitute. There are people who are unwell. All these people live in this country. You're giving to those who already have more. No. There's something fundamentally off, Chief.
Lakini CCTV unapatiangwa chai hapa kwa ofisi?
No, I'm given hot water. I bring my own coffee.
But there's tea if you wanted.
I do not want the tea. This is a private entity, and whoever owns it has budgeted for that tea.
Yes.
So it is okay. I'm talking. It's not public funds. Here, drink as much tea as you like. In a public office, the same money that the tea is being used to buy the tea is that same money that should go to these destitute people, Chief.
Okay.
You don't see something wrong, very, very wrong here.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'd like to understand. Maybe it's just a cup of tea and one man. I don't even think they have mandazi.
What you do,
Yeah.
movie, go and work for the government.
What is another story in your paper?
Business Daily.
Wanasemaje?
Retail investors pile 1.4 trillion in bonds unit trust funds. Okay? Yes, this is the headline. Banks face CBK daily fines, or they're fining them, over loan pricing. Okay, this one I want to read. A little bit. The Central Bank of Kenya will intensify physical inspections of banks to expose lenders in breach of the new loan pricing model, setting the stage for daily fines for those who fail to lower credit in response to policy changes. The banks are resisting this, saying you keep making those policies. Us, we'll charge the way we want.
Yes.
Right. We'll see how this thing develops. Hiring by companies grows at the fastest pace in 15 months. Hiring of staff by companies in Kenya grew at the fastest rate in 15 months. In August, a new track of report showed on Wednesday, signaling confidence in future demands for goods and services. Microlenders sell off loans to banks as defaults increase. Microfinance banks have resorted to selling off part of their bank book to commercial banks as they grapple with mounting defaults, falling deposits, and rising competition. Kenya's vegetable exports hit a tough EU market rules. The value of Kenya's vegetable export dipped by 53.83%, that's serious, to 23.5 billion in 2024 crop season, revealing the devastating effect of tough restrictions by the key European Union market on produce with pesticide residue. Niendelee tu kuweka DDT kwa nini muone. Right. Avocado, real estate, cut acreage under coffee in Kiambu and Murang'a. It's a story. Data shows Murang'a has the largest reduction of 4,709 hectares, following closely by Nyeri in Kiambu. What they're saying is this. Kiambu and Murang'a are leading in the reduction of land under coffee cultivation as investors convert the plots to more profitable crops like avocado, macadamia, or real estate.
Yeah,
But
even in Kitu tumepanda avocado.
yeah, but the coffee business is booming right now. You know, trends are interesting.
Yes.
There's a time when people had this notion in Kenya that it was good to breed quails and guinea fowls and the eggs, tiny little things that look like toys, and that it was supposed to be of immense benefit. There was a time when rabbit urine was supposed to give you some very high yields if you had the habit, and ask somebody how many rabbits you need to breed in order to collect the amount of urine that you need.
Yeah, you actually hosted someone here who told us that rabbit urine is a very good pesticide.
Okay.
And I was wondering, where will I go and collect this urine first of all?
Or do you release the rabbits into the field so that
And you
can-
tell them, go ye and pee.
and pee happily on the plants and so forth. And that's what they normally eat, by the way, just so that you understand.
Oh yeah, so they will pee as they eat the same
Rabbits are vegetarians.
food. Yeah.
So I don't know. It may even be true, for all I know. And there may be some ingredients in the rabbit pee that does all these things. The point
I'm sure there are.
Well, business is what it is. People always want to ensure that they move in the direction where they can yield a profit. And if they already have a profit, a better profit. Yes.
Aye. Before we exit the hour, I would like to read something. I told you my mom was listening. So we asked her if they were getting tea.
Yes.
My mom was a broadcaster with KBC. So she says, yes, breakfast, we allocated money for breakfast presenters. And there's a canteen, but we gave cash to eat what they wanted. We also gave credit. We also got credit at Safaricom and Airtel. Heads of services got real credits from accounts for them and producers as well. Even dinner for those who, stay up until late, then picked in the morning, while those who close are dropped home. Also for TV, wardrobe allowance is given. So I get that she's saying that people were being given according to their profession. So if you're a TV presenter, you'll be allocated because you're coming very early in the morning. So you'll be given tea. You'll probably get some breakfast of sorts.
She worked for Kenya Broadcasting Corporation.
Yes, she did.
Yes.
And then watu wa usiku, you're reading your 9 o'clock news. Of course, you've been preparing for this news for God knows how long. So once you're done with your news, either before or after,
Those are essential services.
You're served dinner.
Those are essential services.
But every service is an essential service.
No.
People
medical services are considered essential services.
Yeah.
Security is considered essential services.
Yes.
All right? That's different. You're pushing paper the whole day and you're supposed to be drinking tea for pushing paper.
Yeah. So mi naona watu waendelee kupewa chai. Kama tu walikuwa wanapatiwa ya maziwa waanze kupatiwa strong tea, but watu wapewe chai. All right, so here's the news with Winnie Maganga. When you do return, of course, we shall be telling you what takes over in that particular hour, so don't go too far. We will be right back.
It's 7 o'clock. Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Residents and social media users are raising alarm over surge in theft, muggings and attacks in Nairobi Central Business District. Gangs are reportedly targeting people in broad daylight and using extreme intimidation methods. Videos circulating online shows victims warning others to stay vigilant, particularly in the evenings when streets are poorly lit. Nairobi woman representative Esther Passaris attributed the attacks to lack of street lights.
We stand firmly behind our governor. Nobody is perfect, but this is a wake-up call that we need to come together and work together to deliver for the citizens of Nairobi. I saw people are getting mugged in the center of Nairobi, Kimathi Street, because there are no street lights. I would have expected that if you had an effective county government, street lights would have been put within 24 hours. We know that county of Nairobi had a huge bloated staff, so majority of the money was going into recurring expenditure, not development.
The national government has responded to concerns over reports that Jubaland forces may have crossed into Mandera. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen said on Wednesday in Busia that security agencies are actively investigating the claims. Murkomen denied that the government had prior knowledge of the alleged presence of the forces, stressing that any individuals entering the country due to conflict in Somalia will be identified and handled in line with international law. The cabinet secretary also cautioned politicians against politicizing the issue.
But we cannot confirm now whether there were forces of where, who they are. It's only until you do proper security analysis and investigations that you get to know, is it forces, is it civilians, and so forth. It is also it's also important to note that such security issues are handled in as security issues. So if we reach a stage where there is any challenge, we will tell the country. But at the moment, we don't have any difficulty. The complaints that have come from citizens have been looked at.
A 14-year-old student is nursing serious injuries at Chelimo Hospital in Bomet County after he was allegedly assaulted by a Catholic parish priest. Reports indicate that the learner had been staying at the priest's residence before the incident occurred. An online video shows the boy being brutalized over what is described as lack of discipline. The perpetrator, a clergyman, is said to be at large. He is the boy's father.
Tumekutania jana, mtoto amepepa na bota. Alikuwa amepikwa na fata. Ati alifanya makosa. Kama mtoto amefanya makosa kweli, mnafika na pifogo ama rungu.
The Judiciary, in collaboration with prisons and correctional services, has launched a nationwide prison decongestion exercise. The program is aimed at promoting justice, rehabilitation and humane treatment of offenders. Chief Justice Martha Koome, who led the inaugural exercise at Garissa GK Prison, where 18 inmates were released to serve the remainder of their sentences through community service. The CJ said the initiative reflects a shift from punitive incarceration to rehabilitation and reintegration.
It is due to this that the Judiciary, also in collaboration with the prison services and correctional services, is currently undertaking anti-congestion exercise in all prisons in the country in our efforts to ensure that our criminal justice system upholds the principles of justice, humanity, and rehabilitation.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor!
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Indeed, welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. We have our guests in studio. I'm about to introduce them, but before I do that, CT umesalimiwa hapa na watu kadhaa. Eunice Okelo amesema happy to see CT. Welcome my brother.
Thank you.
CT is now a resident here. Hata ukimwambia welcome anasema tu I've been here for a while now. Huku ni home. Then there is Wafula team saying morning CT, good job for educating that young man on austerity measures in government institutions. I still think chai watu wapewe. And our guests actually agree with me. Na nitauliza sasa before we get into a morning conversation. Then there is Simon Mwihu anasema good morning CT Muga and RG family tuned as always. Good morning Simon and welcome to Radio Generation. So allow me to introduce our guest. That is one Kamau Wambiu. Ni mambo niacha kusema one Kamau. So, good morning, guys. We have Kamau Wambiu, Chair, National Youth Caucus, and also he is joined in studio by Mundalo M. Advice, MD 2 Cents Leadership Institute. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning. Morning to you too.
Let's talk about tea. I see you're having something in your cups. I hope it's tea.
Yeah, it is.
Or is it coffee?
It is.
Whatever it is.
Yes.
Karibuni tena sana.
Asante.
Si mnaenjoy your chai?
Kabisa.
Si ni tamu sana?
Exactly.
Iko na sukari, ukitaka honey pia iko, ukitaka vanilla flavored tea iko. Yeah, and it's a good thing, sidio?
Yeah.
Si watu kwa serikali wapatiwe chai pia?
Asante sana.
Yes.
Thank you for having us.
Yes.
You see, before we do the introduction, my name is Kamau Wambiu.
Yes.
But before we do the introduction, let us answer you first.
Yes.
This is good. And it's good that Radio Generation is hospitable,
right,
and providing hospitality to its guests. It's just like the same way I can come to your house. I come and if you're good enough and generous enough, hata maji, hata Yesu alipewa maji,
si ndio?
You get, but that is at your house.
Yes.
The more you can do is the much that you can do to that guest is to give them something,
yes,
to take to eat or to drink in a government institute.
Yes.
Rather, that is not tea. That is that is I don't know the words to use now, but I will use them later. But it is not right.
Oh, really?
Okay. It is not right.
You don't think people
beba chai kutoka kwako,
yes,
unalipwa, umekuja kazi, hauja kuja hoteli, ati ni chakula tunakula sijui mandazi nini. No, if you go and buy outside.
So as an employee of Gava,
or as an employee of which private institute do you hear them making tea, and do you hear them doing lunch?
Okay.
You get, and if they do, it is from their salary. It is taken from there.
Okay.
So is the theatrics the government? We know them. We have been there. Hizo ni jaba chai. How do you hear chai of Ikaya huku State House? How many employees do State House have?
Yeah. They spend, remember, is it 3 billion per year on
mandazi.
Unajua
gluten, it is that is poisoning people. Gluten is 3 billion. Taka watu wanone waishe.
Kwangu kikuju utakula kuku. Advice Mundalo.
Yes,
good morning.
Morning.
And welcome to Radio Generation.
Asante.
Yeah. What do you think about government, tea in government offices rather?
I really have no problem with the tea anywhere because I really believe employee motivation is something that is fundamental and it should be able to happen everywhere.
Thank you.
So we cannot be able to really substitute that. Every employee, whether government employee, and if anything, government should actually be the best employer.
Yeah.
Because what the people expect from government is service delivery.
True.
So the person working in government should be at the optimum level to be able to serve the Kenyans the best. Remember, governments are not one of the best paying people. So most of the people who actually work for government, they actually earn peanuts. The problem is when we want to think about the problem of corruption in government, and then we think to solve it, we punish the clerk who is not anywhere concerned with the corruption. That person serving you, the receptionist in government, the clerk in government, the accountant in government, maybe the accountant not, but the normal employee in government who is earning a modest between 30,000 shillings to 50,000 shillings, they have no business with the mega scandals that you would be seeing.
True.
So there's no problem them having tea. I don't see a big deal with it. The big deal would be if then the tea is now priced at a level that is now exorbitant. And even when that happens, that clerk is not the beneficiary. That person is not the beneficiary. How do you know they are not the beneficiary? The person who is the beneficiary, because corruption works in conduits. It's procurement, it's accounts, it is the supplier. That person seated on the reception there is just taking the tea. So what we should fix is the corruption in the tea and not the tea itself.
Let me ask you something. How many people does the government employ?
Very many.
Number, fanya Google. How many people does
I think about 1 million.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Now, you are arguing that these million people who are paid a salary should, in addition to the salary, be given tea.
Yes, why not?
Really?
Umeambiwa that money haitoshi.
It is, there are two facets to it. One, the tea, if it were just tea, would actually not even raise an argument. But any government service that is extra to what it is that the government is supposed to do is a conduit for corruption, it's a conduit for all manner of things. Otherwise, we would not be discussing it. Secondly, there's the moral aspect of it where you have people who are old, need assistance. You have people who don't have jobs. You have people who are destitute. There are people in this country, the number is probably heading towards 5 million, who honestly do not know if they're going to eat or not. They don't have this job, which, as you state, people are paid poorly. It's a job.
Yeah.
By the time 1 million people want that job, it is better than nothing. In fact, it's much, much, much better than nothing.
True.
It's beyond even a living wage. So the point I'm making is, we're not discussing hospitality and we're not even discussing welfare. We're discussing what avenues of this nature mean in our country. We were discussing travel, and we're discussing things that have to do with travel and why it is always a pain. There was an attempt by the government to pretend that they had stopped things like travel. In this day and age, when you have Zoom and you have Skype and you have all these things, do you really need to go to Dubai to have a meeting? You can have that meeting while sitting in your desk, wherever it is that you work.
And have some tea.
You know, there is absolutely nothing wrong with drinking tea.
Yes.
But we do not live in a country where we have an excess of revenue, an excess of wealth, where we can indulge people who are already being paid a salary to have tea.
But we have wastage and we have corruption.
Are you for once thinking about the person who is employed in that office courtesy of tea? Because we have a person who also has a job in that office because they are a tea girl. And I also think about the supplier who gets some job because then there is something to supply for that tea. So that at the end of the day, the tea is not the problem. The problem is the corruption in the tea. So that is what we should be fixing. We cannot be able to say. Plus, we cannot be able to say that that we have a problem with
with a beverage simply because
it's not just the beverage. It is not just the beverage. That's really the problem.
You know, my elder, I was very silent when you spoke.
Oh, no. I'm going to
give me right of reply.
No, I am inviting you to interrupt me when I'm speaking as well. So please understand the point you're making. I have understood. Okay? I want you to understand the ecosystem within which this idea of tea in government exists. It's not the tea.
Yeah.
I want you to understand when an issue is raised about travel, the ecosystem within which that particular discussion is not.
So when it's not tea, what is it? Because tea can only be tea. There are not two teas. Tea is just a beverage. So the thing is, and I anchored it on employee motivation, because you see, we can't be able, let's not also have a mentality of thinking that when you work for government, the more you suffer, the more government it is. No, it is the same culture that makes it look as though when you work for government, you should look untidy, you should look like very problematic, and then
shouldn't wear a nice suit.
You shouldn't wear a nice suit, and therefore that is synonymous.
Have you worked for the government?
To working for government? So
have you worked for the government?
I have worked in government before.
Yes,
and
these values that you're speaking of, where exactly are they espoused? Where it is said that when you work for government, you have to be untidy, wear tired-looking suits.
It is assumed.
Who assumes it?
Because
let us have assumptions. No. Listen,
we want to just run away from reality. But what is the normal Kenyan thinking of a teacher? What is the normal Kenyan thinking of a policeman? What is the normal Kenyan thinking of a normal civil servant? So the issue is, let us stop the mentality that when you work for government, the more you suffer,
what they think about themselves.
The more you suffer does not mean the better you are. And plus, the thinking that just because it's a job and everyone wants it, therefore you should be at your worst. But I think that's backward, because city today, there is someone, if a young person today, if a young person today knows the salary of city, someone would say it is excess. Another person would say, do you know that salary can hire about 10 young people? So does that make the argument that then city should not be here, so we should have 10 young people and have city at home?
Gentlemen,
does it then justify?
I think
so. For me, employee motivation is not something that that should be excused.
I think
anyway,
I think we're losing, and advisor here has driven his point. One thing is it is very justifiable that let us have employee motivation.
Okay.
But in our country, tusidanganyane, tusibebane ujinga. You know, let us not go around tukizungushana. Chai sawa, watu wapewe chai, lakini ipikwe chai ile ya kawaida.
Okay.
You know, the tea that is supposed to be tea. If people at all are going to be given tea, if people at all are going to be served lunch, let people be given something that is justifiable.
Okay.
But you have to remember at the same time, this is an employee. So you also, as much as it is motivation, let us have a meter of motivation, because this motivation is the one that is driving this corruption. You get? It is the one that is driving this excess use of resources, because that is the key point. It is not about any Kenyan or employee motivation or what, but it is about where our priorities as a country.
So we fight the corruption in the tea. Not fight the tea.
Not fight the tea. Let us fight the corruption in the tea.
We have agreed on that point.
That one we agree.
You get? And also let us have a meter of how this tea will be given. Not 10, lunch, 2 o'clock. This is not a kid in school. You get?
Me siwezi mind nikipatiwa mara mbili kwa siku. All right, so let's get back to the conversation that actually brought us to studio. We want to talk about, the youth perspective of our politics. And Kamal, I'll just start with you. Right now, we are seeing a lot of conversations happening around the youth population. Opposition are trying to capture the youth audience. Government is trying to capture the youth audience. Literally everyone, even businesses right now, are trying to capture the youth audience. Are we headed in the right direction, or we are now just focused like the way in the past we focused so much on the girl child, austerity measures, and in my opinion, we got to some kind of imbalance? Are we heading in the right direction as far as that is concerned?
But when we now start to center the conversation around the youth, that one actually we are so late. Myself, I had overseen this problem since 2012
2020. And that is when I started becoming active. Immediately after I cleared campus, I was a year outside. I started my advocacy for young people in leadership, and in the last election, I did vie as a member of parliament. I was only 24, then 23.
What position did you come in that election?
The number 3.
Okay, that's
Yes.
a good number.
Good. Now, when we start motivating young people from the word go, that is, in my culture, Kikuyu, we say that a herd that has no the calves, it is a dead herd.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
The way we have so many cows and we don't have the small
calves, yeah.
That is
A problem.
That is a problem. So in any community where we have no motivated young people, that is a dead community. This country, for the longest time, we had not been motivating our youths. We had not been motivating our kids until these youths motivated themselves. And we said, what we know, enough is enough. We had gone through good education, free education, given everything. And then we were being told, when you're growing, do this and this and that, so that when you grow up, you'll get this. And most of these young people, by the time they were 27, everyone had done the math of where they want to be by that time. But now, this time when they are there, they had not achieved what they had dreamed of. So we are late, actually. We are very, very, very much late now when we are having this conversation. And it is good now we are having these conversations, because the government, the opposition, the organization, the business community, they know we cannot ignore these young people. And we have to really, really, really consider. I remember the former president, sometime at Bomas, he said, these young people...
Which president?
Uhuru Kenyatta.
Okay.
Yes, the retired president. He said, these young people are a time-ticking bomb. When time is, a time will come when they will erupt.
Okay.
And we have to come up with a strategy of how we are going to manage these young people.
And he was saying this when he was president.
He was saying this when he was president.
I see.
So he knew, and he was actually
that
saying
retired president is his party leader. But anyway, continue.
Oh, he was also my party leader.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Then right now my party, I'm a member of Wiper, by the way. Wiper party.
So you shifted from Jubilee?
Yeah, I shifted from Jubilee.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So now back to the conversation. So he knew that the government knew, but they didn't imagine at one given time it will come soon. But now it has come. All and now the shift has taken over the whole, not only in Kenya, not only in East Africa, in Africa, but also in the whole world.
All right.
So it is time that we have all this conversation. And going forward, we are going to ask ourselves a lot of questions. Going forward, we are going to ensure that, and remember, these young people they are energetic and they don't tire. Remember the last time we met with advisor was the last maandamano.
Okay.
We were all charged up. He's a learned person, a lawyer, but he is. We know what we want. You get? There's no way that we can be 70% of this country population-wise, but we are getting 7% of the benefits.
All right. Advice. Same question.
Yeah.
We now everyone is really centered on the youthful population. What are your thoughts?
First of all, Mbuvi, I don't think it's a now equation. The youth conversation has been here with us since independence. And every time there has always been, we near election, especially when we near election, the conversation is always centered around the young people. Why? Because they have always been the majority.
Yes.
That's why from the Moi time we used to have YK92. Up to today we had the Vijana na Kibaki.
Kulikuwa na young tax.
We had the young tax. But what is common denominator with all that time of the young people is that at every instance, the young people have always thought that it is that time that the conversation is happening. It has always been thought that it's now the time for the reawakening. When I read the history, during the YK92 and the young tax, the clamor of the young people was that this is now our time. we have not been listened to. It's now the time for the young people to be listened to. You come to the Vijana na Kibaki, the conversation was the same. Fast forward, today we are still having the same conversation, and every time we have it, we are also still thinking that now for the first time, this country is supposed to have a conversation about young people. So I think it is a matter of tact, and I think the person who has the least concern in terms of moving the conversation forward is more the young person himself. Because the problem that we are having, and that's why I'm very glad when
that statement again, the least person who did what?
The least person who is concerned about how this conversation should move forward is the young person himself.
Oh, really?
Exactly. That's why one of the things that makes me proud this morning is that my brother at least vied. He tried to be part of the solution. Because when you look at it today, everyone is planning for the young person except the young person. The young person is just planning to respond to the plans of others. So the young person must, at this level now, start planning on how do we take this conversation forward and what exactly do I want. Because if we do not decide what we want and start navigating the terrain to get what we want, we will only have options that will be presented to us by the other people who will have planned for us. And then later on, we'll still complain that our interests were not met. And the problem about being young, Mbuvi, is that you can only complain once or twice. By the time you complain the third time, there will be a young person who will be calling you part of the problem. So the issue is,
yes,
we must be able to, for once, get it right. So that if there was and one of the things that is credited a lot to the young population today is the Gen Z uprising of 2024.
Yeah.
That was organic, and the young people went to the streets and they had an array of issues. They talked about governance, they talked about healthcare, they talked about education, they talked about the real things that they want. Now, the issue is this. The first thing that we have as a litmus test is the by-election, and the first one is happening about 3 months from today. Then we will have the election. But before we get to the election, we have a by-election. So, can the young people be able to organize in a manner that then in this by-election we see a very big difference and a shift in the voting pattern? Will the young person be able to clamor and be able to say, if our interest is that we think fellow young people can do a better job, are we going to coalesce around youthful candidates who have a promise for the nation and push them to prosperity and push them to the election win the same way, with the same zeal, zest and energy that we're trying to push for reforms?
Okay.
If we cannot be able to do that, then we must be able to know that we are just mushrooming and just doing the same thing the same way it was done since independence and then expecting different results. So it is whereas the issue is here with us, the approach to it must be different, and the unfortunate thing is that the person who is least concerned about how to move it forward is the young person themselves.
Kamau, there's this for a very long time, actually since last year, when we had that maandamano, the youth have always been saying partless, leaderless, tribeless, fearless. Is that still the case today? Does it make sense? That time it made sense because there are certain things that the youth wanted and they were agitating for, and they made it very clear. But now as we are getting to 2027, campaign period, as we are now making critical decisions as to who's going to be our leader and at what point, does that slogan make sense anymore?
You know, my brother, politics is not just politics. Politics is something else. And allow me to use, for lack of a better word, politics is spiritual. And politics being spiritual, politics have gatekeepers. Now, what we were having last year, those were ideological problems. Education, finance bill, whatnot, economy. Then, now, those issues, they can only be sorted out through politics. And now being politics, being political problems, they need political solutions. And remember, politics is spiritual. Politics being spiritual, politics have gatekeepers. Just like maybe at your home city, it is your home. You're the gatekeeper of that home. I can't come just and enter. You get?
Yeah.
Just like as I was walking in here today, I didn't go through the fence. I would be treated as a thief, a criminal. I'll be shot, I'll be killed. I came through the gate. There's a gatekeeper. I came through the front door.
Yes.
I was treated serious. Yes, come in. Now, I didn't come through the back door. Where else there was also a gatekeeper there.
Yes.
But he will ask me, who are you? So I'll be treated less of a visitor. You get? Now, politics of this country, it has its gatekeepers. And the gatekeepers are political parties. And we have to understand there's a doctrine of gatekeepers. Remember, even in the Bible, when these people were going through Jerusalem, they had to go through people who knew well how to go through those gates.
Yes.
You get?
Yes.
So it is very, very much important right now, as a youth, as a politician in this country, have a sense of belonging.
Okay.
Now, depending on which belonging you want to belong to, each and every gate, the politics of this country have gatekeepers. Okay. And let us even mention them because they're in the public domain. We have the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta. We have to me, he is the senior most politician in the country. So he's the main gatekeeper. Raila, Ruto, Kalonzo, these Gachagua, Weta, Mudavadi. No, those ones are huko nyuma. And now there are others who are coming.
Yeah.
And they are trying to eliminate some and taking over those gates. Now, depending on which gate you're coming through, you have it will depend on which seat or how much seriousness you'll be taken.
Yeah.
You'll be considered. And now we as young people,
yes,
we have to know that we cannot go into these spaces without having the knowledge of coexisting.
All right.
With these people.
Those people you've mentioned, the gatekeepers that you've mentioned, to me they actually are tribal kingpins. You've spoken about Kalonzo. Ukambani ndio kusema. You've spoken about Uhuru. In the Mount region ndio kusema, but also now Gachagua ni kama sijui kama bado anasema, utaniambia wewe Kikuyu. Kwa Waluya you've mentioned the Mudavadis and the Wetangula. So these are people who not only control parties but they also control tribes to an extent. So are we also saying
control
that
or represent?
They represent, control, yeah, it depends on how you want to look at it.
To me they represent,
okay,
because they have to belong first.
All right.
No one chose where to be born.
Kweli?
You get?
So if we go with that word of represent,
yes,
then this whole aspect of also being tribeless might not necessarily make sense come 2027. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It does not make any sense. Uhuru was the president and he was voted in by all tribes. You get? Yes. We voted Ruto last election, a Kalenjin, but he was voted by 47% of Kikuyus, Mount Kenya. You get?
Okay.
Raila the same. He is a Luo, but also was voted in by 10-15% of Mount Kenya people.
Yeah.
You get? So it is not about being tribal anymore. Right now, me and my brother here, we relate more without knowing. I actually don't know which tribe he's from. And I don't even care. Whether right now people are marrying from, that notion of tribe. It is good. We also need to appreciate our culture. But now when we are relating with you, let us relate on a human platform. You get?
But let me ask you this question.
Yes.
If what you say is true, and there is some element of truth to it, how is it then that these so-called tribal political leaders or gatekeepers, how is it then that they still have followers in large numbers?
From their community?
See,
or
the
from
conversation, no, they have followers in large numbers beginning with their community, then others. There is an underlying understanding here that you seem to be negating, how we identify ourselves. It's called identity.
Yes.
And it plays a very big role in our politics.
Yes.
The way we are brought up, the way we are socialized, is a key component of the cognitive processes in our mind and how we think. And when you bring a concept, these act as filters through which this information you have will pass through before you actually even contain it. Because with every information you have, first of all, there's your identity. That identity is embedded in your history. And then when it comes to the interpretation of this information, these two factors that I've mentioned play a very, very important role in how you interpret it. Now, the message I got from the Gen Zs was that they were moving away from this. They were saying, we are not part of this process. Because it's that cognitive process that makes me a Luo first, then a Kenyan second. Okay? And you're saying, no, I'm going to be a Kenyan first.
Then a Luo second.
Yes. There are those who subscribe to faiths like the Christian faith who will say, I'm a Christian first. But you see, these influences don't really go away. The issue is how important they are and how they influence the decision-making process. The beauty of youth is that you have an almost unfettered capacity to be ingenious. You have an almost unfettered capacity to create ideas, follow them with energy.
A new world order.
Yes, when you're older, you're jaded. You are more reluctant than anything else to embrace anything new. Okay? Now, the question of gatekeepers. When you join a party and you have new ideas, I was providing a background for what I want to say.
Yeah.
You'll be coming into an ecosystem which has a domination of how certain people view the way they should handle the affairs of, say, that political party. All right?
Yes.
If I go by the example of our voting patterns in this country, the group that can be relied on to vote consistently as a group are women. Not the youth, not men. I liked what you said. The youth tend to be excluded from many conversations, but they're often their own worst enemies.
Yeah.
If a youthful leader were to present themselves as the president today, you are more likely to reject them even before you've heard what they want to say. Now, tell me I am wrong and then explain to me why I'm wrong with that statement.
No, you're not wrong, because I presented myself as a member of parliament of Limuru, and true to what you said, a big number of my voters were women. Get what I mean? The biggest number that opposed my candidates was the young people and men. You get?
Have you examined why it is they behave this way?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they are more focused on what they eat first. What do you have to provide first? They are more focused on here and now.
They want money.
They want money, and that is the problem that we have as a country even now.
So therefore,
if I don't have anything, even now, I belong to a political party or anyone in this country. If you don't have money, it's very hard.
Now,
that is the problem.
Does it then not render the notion of the Gen Z revolution irrelevant? Because that was a protest, and if I'm to go by stereotyping that I've heard about the Gen Zs, which I personally don't actually believe, is that they have a short attention span. Some people say they're impatient. Impatience is a sign of a short attention span. But how do the youth, for instance, consume information?
Now, there's somewhere we are not mentioning city.
Yes.
These Gen Zs, they have different clusters of Gen Zs.
I agree. It's not one homogeneous group.
It is not one homogeneous
group. But it is presented as one. So I am discussing it in the manner in which it is presented. But thank you for mentioning that point. I was going to get there and say it is not possible for it to be homogeneous.
Yes.
However, there are certain points on which they will all tend to agree.
Yeah.
There has to be. Otherwise, there would have been no movement.
That is true.
There's something they agreed upon.
There's something we agreed upon.
Yes.
And what we agreed upon is there's one thing we always agree upon. Whether we're in opposition, there's one thing we love. We love fairness. We love to be fair.
Do you practice it?
Yes, we practice it.
If it was practiced, you would have been MP for Limuru.
No. But no, there is not fairness. There is no fairness that is being played there.
That's what I'm saying.
listen, City. When we come now to politics, now that's a different.
Why is it
place.
different?
Because fairness does not play politics. It does not play. Does not have.
Thank you for bringing that point. Why not? Why not? You know, the numbers that young people have is such a powerful force that I am actually, I surprise myself every day when I realize that it's like the one thing you ought to realize is the power that exists within your numbers. But you don't fully get it, if I may use that term. Because if you got it, you would have the strongest bargaining power in the country. Because the one thing about these political busybodies who call themselves our elected leaders, they are very finely tuned to what the citizenry think. Very finely tuned. If they know people don't like something in a certain direction, believe me, they'll change. They'll change. The impunity you see is because they know they will get away with it. And the one thing that the movement showed us last year was that these people can be held to account because we saw the fear, we saw the realization that actually they could actually lose their jobs, that they could actually be rendered irrelevant. We saw it. And we wouldn't have seen it if the Gen Zs did not do what they did. I'm not discussing the infiltration and what have you, but just that this group could come together. That in itself sent shock waves because it defied every logical political process that we had seen in this country. Because these older people believe that they're the ones who should determine how certain things happen. And that movement told them, sorry sir, that's not what we're thinking. No, that's actually not what we're thinking. We are thinking that we need to have a say in this thing, and you did have a say.
Now, Gen Zs, they have done a course called fairness. They it as a course, they are pursuing it as a course. But in this course called fairness is a unit called politics. Just like in accounting is a course, and in accounting there's a unit called mathematics.
And law.
And law.
Yes.
And not all of them love politics. Not all of them love law. Just like not all of them love mathematics, but I have gone for. And maybe even if not mathematics, in accounting as a course, there's a unit called philosophy. So you ask yourself, where on earth am I going to use this philosophy in counting? I'm just going to negate it and leave it and
assume it.
And assume it.
If
and
that
just
question,
do.
if that question isn't answered, then you have a poor teacher.
I'd like to get Mundalo's voice on this because it's either you're observing because you agree or you're observing because you disagree and you don't want to put your opinion in it. But what do you think?
I like the conversation, and that's why I was listening very, very keenly. And there's something my brother said that politics has
Which brother?
gatekeepers. Him.
I am not your brother.
No, you're my elder.
You are our elder.
Elder brother,
Really, you are not Christian.
Yes.
you're our elder brother.
In real sense, you are our father.
Yes.
Yes.
And there was something is talked about the politics having gatekeepers, which I agree. But I disagree with the gatekeepers that he then chose on that. The same way there was the mention of the tribal kingpins.
Yes.
And you said they control tribes.
Okay.
And City said
They represent.
I think I would want to agree with you more than with them because they control more than they represent. But then in the first aspect of who exactly is the gatekeeper of politics, the gatekeeper of our politics is the people. Because for every leader that we have, that leader comes from the people. It is the people who give these people the legitimacy to then come and represent. So for every bad thing that we think the leader is doing, the first stab that we should be able to be throwing, when we are throwing the spear, the first person we should be looking to hit is ourselves first. But because we love to be thinkers that want to make ourselves more sane than anyone else, we like pointing out to others more than to ourselves. And so the people are the first gate of the politics. It would not matter what his party leader thought.
Yeah.
at the time when he was running, if the people thought he was good enough to represent them, he would be a member of parliament today. We have so many independent members of parliament. We have members of parliament who have lost elections because the people have actually decided against that leader. So, for once, we must also be able to have the confidence to blame the people. Let us not always treat the people with kid gloves, as though we must blame everyone else except them. When we're talking about poor governance, when we talk about a governor who is not doing the work well, and a member of parliament, an MCA, we must first of all have the confidence and the courage to look ourselves in the eye and say, it started with us. So for me, that is the first gatekeeper. And then when we come to those tribal kingpins, why don't I think they represent? It is because representation is legitimate. You are voted in, you become a member of parliament, you become this. But you see, our tribal kingpins, there is no caucus that elects them in anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just wake up one day
and become.
Yes. So, and then when they become, the people accept that they have actually become, and then we accept to be led by them. Then we accept to be controlled by them. So we cannot be able to blame them again when it is ourselves who have accepted to be controlled by them. When we as a community, when we as the Kamba community have sat down and agreed among ourselves and agreed that Kalonzo will control us, we cannot blame Kalonzo. In the event we feel that that control is wrong, we would actually be able to read from a different script. So that is exactly what I think. And so what do young people now stand to do?
Just like they did with Uhuru.
Yeah, so exactly like the Mount Kenya community. They when it came to the election, they delinked and said, no, on this particular one, we will go this direction and not the other direction. Of course, I have a problem when later on, when they want to excuse their manners, they again start saying, we are sorry, we needed to have listened. Yeah. Now that's where I have a problem with.
Why?
Because then...
Why do you have a problem?
I have a problem because then that is failure to have consistency. Because we as the people...
Are we not allowed to change our mind?
Whereas we are allowed to change our mind, it cannot be an excuse for everything. Otherwise, even failure of exams would just say, we changed our mind.
No.
Even for everything, we would be able to just say,
with exam, bro, sometimes they don't bring what you read. Will sum everything or a thing action which you didn't read.
It's the one they bring.
The examiner changed his mind on what you read.
I think your fault. I think as
when it goes
maybe finish up.
Okay. So when it goes to now, how then can now the young people position themselves? First of all, young people must be cognizant of the reality of the politics. So that first of all, we must understand that we cannot be able to claim leadership by age. Because the country does not need age.
Thank you.
This country has no shortage of... The problem of the country is not age, neither is it gender. So every time we have conversations where our leadership want to have a conversation around age,
yes,
I tend to think there is a problem. If anything, this is the youngest government since independence.
Yeah.
This is the youngest president since independence. This is why, when you look at our chair of the finance committee, that is the youngest chair of the finance committee since independence.
Among the youngest
when you talk
members
about
of
the PS of youth affairs, Fikirini Jacobs, I tend to think that's the youngest minister we have actually had as a country since independence. When we talk about the chair of the budget committee, when we talk about how many members of parliament are actually young people, when we talk about the Senate majority leader, when we talk about the minority leader, we have a lot. This is actually the youngest government since independence. But it's also the government that is most rejected by young people since independence to an uproar. So the problem of the country is not age. And so my generation must be able to first of all understand that being young is not qualification for leadership.
Okay.
And my generation must also be able to understand that the old is not the problem. Just because someone is older than you does not mean they are a problem. And we must also be able to understand that just because they are older than us, it doesn't mean they did nothing.
They did nothing.
The problem with us is that we reason like we are the best piece of sliced bread that has just happened to this country. This country was led by 24 years, and it took someone to fight for the democracy that we have. So we must first of all appreciate where we have come from.
Okay.
Appreciate what has been done so far, and appreciate that we can also be guided. Once we appreciate to be guided and to be mentored, then we'll get it right politically. then we'll get into the politics, the political mind of knowing how the politics is played, than going with an idealist mind. Most of us are going into the politics with an idealist mind. That the reason, like today, you ask most young people who want to run for office, what is their reason for running for office? Most of them will not give you a tangible reason.
Yeah.
Most of them will give you an activist-like reason. Like, it is our time.
It is our time.
Whose time? Who told you?
Time for what?
Time for
Time
what?
to do
Exactly.
what?
But so you see,
Yeah.
we must be able to have that kind of understanding, and then that will be able to see us get into the politics and see how to now navigate it rightfully. And then we as a generation must also be able to coalesce around ourselves and understand that some of the things that we do are not necessarily good manners. For instance, we shout down almost all young people who try to emanate.
Really?
So, yeah, most of the young people, look at the Gen Z time, for instance. Most of the headlining young people who came up at the time are now not as popular as they were then, because they have really been beaten. My friend Morara has kept resigning and coming back and resigning again.
And you know, actually, that young man meant good
because
for that country. Just a minute, because you mentioned him. That young man, to be specific, he meant good for this
Morara
country.
Kebaso, to be
Morara
specific.
Kebaso, to be specific.
Okay.
That young man really had the passion and the will of the people attacked. Remember, he started like comedy, but comedy is art. It is born from something that is with you. So what was his comedy? By attacking the president.
Okay.
Yes, nilikuja hapa. Oh my friend, hii project
Tukatenga.
Tukafanya by imitating the president, using his voice, and he meant good, but also he had a problem. He didn't understand the doctrine of politics of this land. That is the problem.
All right.
Again,
Did you finish
and
your
that
point?
is where now
I have
we
a
get
question
lost.
for Kamau.
Good.
I didn't finish, and I was just actually using that to explain where some of our pitfalls have been as young people, whereby we have a lot of unity in situations that are less glorious.
Yes.
In situations of suffering, we are more united. And most of the time, when one of the young people seems to want to move forward, we want to again wholesomely pull them back.
Why do you do that? I
be-
want to understand this. Why do you do that?
And I think it's just the issue of there's a lot of unity in misery. And so because and
maybe
you look at it,
rivalry, sibling.
yeah, because
sibling
it does
rivalry.
not just happen in politics. It happens in the entertainment space. It happens in the whatever. You'll see that most of us are very happy when you are coming up and you are in a problem and whatever. But then the moment you start looking like you are about to make it, now we have a problem. We will love Mbuvi when he's brought to
so
the
are we
radio as a suffering
saying are we,
Kenyan and whatever. But the moment Mbuvi
Makes
starts
it.
buying a car,
now
we start having.
but do you understand that what you're describing is a process of maturity?
Get true.
Yeah.
Emotional maturity. Envy is part and parcel of our makeup.
Yeah.
All the vices that we display and you're talking about are part and parcel. Now, maturity is when you understand them and you learn to harness them and you learn to think beyond your feelings.
Exactly.
Is there room for idealism in youth politics?
There is actually room for ideal, but then what you've just actually started with, the aspect of maturity, I think it is the most fundamental subject. But you see, you can only be able to mature from a situation if you understand that you are actually suffering from immaturity. But if you are not yet aware of the problem yourself, then you cannot be able to get out of it. So first of all,
you're saying young people don't understand, they're not mature.
Most of us, to be very honest, most of the young people would not judge themselves as immature.
They believe they're mature, and then they believe they're cleverer than all of us old crocodiles.
Exactly.
To add on what is
why really?
no,
how do you arrive at this notion that you're cleverer than people who are older than you, and that you know more than they do? How do you arrive at that notion?
I think it is an upbringing matrix, whereby part of the blame game I also put on the older generation, because for some time they treated the young people as though they know everything, and at some point it got into the young person's head, because in the aspect of upbringing there is a place where the older folks needed to be able to correct to discipline, to be able to say this is wrong. Now, there are times when, especially in this generation that is now being called the Gen Z generation, a lot of that was able to actually be lacking. So most of the time, even when the generation was wrong, it was embraced and it was taught to be right. You remember there was a time during the President Uhuru administration where there was rampant banning of schools. I don't know if you remember that time.
It didn't start in the Uhuru time, but in the Uhuru time, it was very visible.
It was very visible and it was too rampant at that time. And it started with about 2 schools. Then it went to 4 schools. Then suddenly it became a countrywide thing. But then what did governments do at the time? The government chose to blame the teachers. They blamed everyone else except the student. And for me, I feel like this is some of the things that started pointing to some of this problem. Even when you look at the Gen Z revolution and the protest, whereas the protest went into, let us agree with the children, they are right, and like that, including the church. Even the church was not willing to point out on anything that was a misdemeanor. Everyone went to say, no, the children are right. And now it is yourselves, city, who have fattened a bull. And now this bull is getting out of control. So this is the reason why, I would tell you, this is the reason why most of the young people today, they really think they know everything. And unlike my brother here, who you would be able to have this engagement that you're having with him, I can assure you that 80% of the young people, if you had this banter with them, they would get annoyed and walk out.
Actually, they would walk away.
They would walk away from you.
Why would they walk away?
Now, because they just cannot take another opinion, an alternative view.
Other than the let me try to answer you, and I tend to a little bit differ.
Yes.
That you parents are the ones who, remember we are talking of a generation here called Gen Z. These young people, to be in specific, these young people, Gen Z, majority of their parents are the Gen X. These parents of Gen X were brutal. And growing up, my father was a disciplinarian, and I'll tend to agree to that, to disagree to that first. But now the problem, now to add on what he said, is exposure. These young kids were given free education, free everything, free everything free. So it now became a disciplinary issue, that I can only be given whatever I want at whatever given time I want. That is why whatever I have conditioned in my brain, I have to get that, without knowing that I have to wake up and work for it. Remember, those were the principles in school. But in this world, there are principles of this world. Hawezi hata uamke uombe and then urudi ulale ati utapata pesa. You have to wake up, you have to get rejected, you have to work, you have to be fired, people have to spit on you. Gen Zs, they don't know that. And that is why unasikia hata saa hizi ati HR hizi niambia kitu ati nimechelewa, ati nimekuja na dready, nimekuja na short, it's an official day, I'm supposed to have a suit on, nini ati nimekuja na short, nini, you know, because it's an exposure issue that, and also now this is where we blame the parents. They think, the parents think, no, jua watu wamesoma sana, they know too much kutuliko.
Okay.
And now that is where our parents
HR
did not.
If I can just have a mention of that.
Yeah.
And he has talked about the aspect of HR and even the dress code and whatever. But what is happening in the world today? We are having now people having to start trainings. And what are they saying from a HR perspective? How do we start creating a working environment that is conducive for the Gen Z, that is conducive for the young person? So it is more or less the world now. Everyone is trying to adjust to the young person. And that is why the young person will constantly continue to believe that he is right.
Does the young person know that they're actually being cocooned and being put in a trap?
They are not aware.
Now they're not aware.
They are not aware.
Because
no
now
one is telling them, no one is facing them with that kind of reality, because everyone is only being able to change the world to suit them. And what my friend is describing as having grown up with the kind of parent that he has said, that is the millennials, not the Gen Zs.
Yeah.
There's quite a difference. It's a thin line in between. So for me, it's about, can the world start also looking directly in the eyes of the young people and be able to say, this is right?
Do you
and
think
this is
that
wrong?
young people are brought up to understand the simple concept of responsibility?
Now let me answer that with a practical issue. I have been too, because now here what we're doing is
30 seconds.
politics.
We are running out of time.
Yes.
Okay.
So I within some few times, whenever I'm in a restaurant and I'm served by a certain lady, a gentleman, I'll always ask them, will you vote? Do you have a registration card? Do you have, a voter's card?
ID card.
Will you vote? And they're like, no. And I'm okay. Ruto must go? Yeah, Ruto must go. Ruto must go. And I'm like, how will he go? Why won't you vote? Mr. Taki could vote. I will not wake up. And remember, I have gone. I've participated in an election and have hunted for votes. There is nothing difficult in the life of a politician than that period of hunting for votes.
Okay.
It's very hard. You're lied to. You're done. Everything is done to you, and then people do not wake up to do. And now these are the same people they want us to change. I still don't believe, and they are yet to convince me so much. And I want to call on them. They have to wake up, take those votes. Otherwise, this Ruto must go. Tabaki kwa theatrics.
10 seconds, I'll allow you at least to have some final sentiments.
Thank you, Mbuvi. First of all, thank you for having us. And I'll just say the same thing, that as young people, for us to move the country forward, we must not be shy of understanding the country realities. I have had conversations here with you, here at Radio Generation, with some of your Gen Zs here, who would be able to tell me, Ruto must go. But when I ask them why, can we discuss the why?
They don't
Can
have
we
a why.
discuss the why? And we've had these conversations here during your photo taking session.
Yes.
And most of them cannot actually discuss the why. I have had conversations with some of them working in different offices, even in government.
Yeah.
There's a time I told them, you are saying Ruto must go. You are an intern. Are you aware you are a product of government internship program that has been enhanced by this administration? Then they got shocked.
Yeah.
So whereas I don't want to affect anyone's thinking about who must go and who must remain. But I must be able to tell them that for us to move the country forward, we must start thinking objectively. And to think objectively, we must start interrogating issues for what they are.
Okay.
Not for what our feelings and emotions are and slogans.
Gentlemen, I'd like to invite you again next week. Let's continue with this conversation about the country and the youth perspective. That's Mundalo Advice, MD 2 Cents Leadership Institute, anchored by one Kamawa Mbiu, Chair National Youth Caucus.
Ruto must go. I have the reasons why.
Here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have arrested 11 people in connection with Kwabinzaro cult killings in Kilifi County, where at least 34 bodies have been exhumed and more than 100 human remains recovered. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja confirmed the arrest, saying initial findings suggest many victims were not locals. Speaking after inspecting the graves on Wednesday, Kanja said investigators have established that a number of victims were brought in the country from Asia before being radicalized and eventually killed. Kanja said 4 of the suspects have been identified as key planners.
On matters investigations, we have actually sent our best team here of investigators, and very soon we are going to come up with a complete investigations file. The other thing that I would wish to inform the public is that we have also arrested 11 suspects 4 of which are actually the main suspects. And the one, Shireen Ann, is actually the lead.
A Nairobi court has rejected a bid by prosecutors to detain a university student accused of masterminding an 11.4 million shilling cyber fraud against a betting firm. The suspect, Seth Mwabe Okwanyo, is a cybersecurity consultant. Investigators claim he used his IT skills and fake Telegram bot to siphon millions of shillings through multiple transactions. He was arrested at his Tatu City apartment on August 13th and later charged under the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act. But Magistrate Ben Makekubi said the prosecution's request to hold him for 20 more days had no merit. Instead, he freed Okwanyo on a 1 million shilling bond or 500,000 Kenya shilling cash bail.
So having considered the same, I find that the application that is not merited in terms of denying the respondent his liberty. I find, and as I stated and as I asked the IO, it is evident that the suspect or respondent has no control of what the IO elucidated as part of his investigations. So I hereby not allow that application. So I'll admit the suspect respondent to a bond of Kenya shillings 1 million.
Health CS Eden Dwale has announced release of 98 million Kenya shillings owed to the troubled St. Mary's Mission Hospital in Mumias, Kakamega County, paving way for its reopening. Speaking to the press outside the Kakamega County Governor offices on Wednesday, Dwale also announced that the government will in the next 2 weeks pay Kakamega County 100 million Kenya shillings. St. Mary's Mission Hospital in Mumias, run by the Kakamega Catholic Diocese, ceased operations last month due to financial issues.
On coming and discussing, you have heard from him since inception December. SHA started in October. Since December to August this year, St. Mary's Hospital has received reimbursement from SHA totaling 98 million Kenya shillings. So we have paid 98, and we are paying him before next week, before 14th. In fact, we start paying him on Friday, balance, and 14th, when the circle is being paid.
The state will review rewards for sportsmen and women to motivate and appreciate their patriotism in representing Kenya on the global stage. This is according to President William Ruto. He made the announcement Wednesday evening when he handed over the Kenyan flag to the national athletics team that will present the country at the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo. The 2025 World Athletics Championships are scheduled for September 13th to 21st, 2025.
That any gold medalist, as you come back from Tokyo, we are now going to give them a reward of 3 million shillings. And silver from 500,000 to 2 million. Bronze from 350,000 to 1 million. We have also a new package for those who participate in Commonwealth Games, and the new package is from 500,000 to 2.5 million. For gold, 300,000 to 1.5 million for silver, and from 200,000 to 1 million for bronze.
U.S. President Donald Trump has praised the new Polish president, Karol Nawrocki, as the pair met in White House on Nawrocki's first foreign trip since taking office. Trump also rejected suggestions that the U.S. could reduce its military presence in Poland and even claimed more American troops will be stationed there. Asked by a reporter if U.S. troops, around 10,000 of whom are stationed in Poland, will remain there, Trump confirmed that they will be staying in Poland. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was more morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. It is 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. We've had a very interesting conversation in that first hour, in the previous hour actually. And I feel like it was incomplete. We shall definitely revisit that conversation and much more. Right now though, in studio, we're having our other conversation, which is around the eCitizen platform. We are with Ambassador Isaac Ochieng. He is the Director General of eCitizen Services Directorate. Karibu sana, Ambassador Isaac.
Nashukuru. Thank you.
This is Radio Generation. It's your first time here. We hope to be seeing more of you even as time goes by, because I'm sure Kenyans have got a lot of questions for you.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll just go straight to the point. eCitizen has been a platform, has been an amazing platform. That's where I pay for my driver's license. And we have seen over the years a couple of other services also being added on. So apart from it just being a payment collection platform, I'm sure there's a mission to this particular platform.
Yes.
In your opinion as the Director General, what is that mission?
Yes. Thank you very much. As you've well introduced me, I'm the Director General of eCitizen Services. What we want on eCitizen is for Kenyans to get services, to obtain services at their convenience.
Yeah.
That is something that never used to happen before. This platform started in 2013. And it was basically a pilot that was sponsored between the National Treasury and the World Bank. When we started, we had 10 services. But right now, after 2022, when the present administration took over power, President Ruto, he directed that he wanted all government services to be onboarded onto this platform. Because he had campaigned on that platform that Kenyans are going to obtain services on this platform. So he gave a presidential directive on 2022 that the services must be onboarded. Immediately, I was appointed as a Director General, and within 6 months, I managed to onboard over 5,040 services.
5,040?
Absolutely. And the revenues shot is unbelievable.
Yeah.
It shot from 60 million a day to about 300 to 400 million shillings every day after 6 months.
How many million every day?
600 million.
That's what?
6 from 60
yeah.
to between 400 to 600 million shillings every day. I repeat, every 24 hours.
So are we adding Saturday and Sunday as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow. That's a huge amount.
Absolutely.
And that makes sense, because at the end of the day, that money is being paid to the same government. Yeah. And when you said that ilianza na 6 million, you said 60 million.
60 per day.
60 per day.
60.
And now we are doing between 400 and 600 million.
Right now,
yeah.
because we have over 22,000 services.
Yes.
It will be shocking. We are currently collecting between 700 to 1 billion shillings every day. Every day.
That's an interesting amount. That's
for the last 3 years, and this is very important for Kenyans to know. For the last 3 years, this platform has collected over 550 billion Kenya shillings. More than half a trillion Kenya shillings has been collected.
During what period of time?
3 years. In the last 3 years.
Yeah.
36 months. Yes. So you can imagine what this platform can be able to do.
Yeah.
Kenyans are obtaining their services at their convenience. It is 24/7. It is very smooth. Even people with disabilities can be able to scale through this ecosystem without any problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
You mentioned World Bank
Yes.
initially, something I didn't know until today.
Yes.
What was the role specifically of World Bank, in terms of setting up eCitizen? What was their purpose?
Initially, the government was operating in an analog manner. You had to walk to a government service, either if you wanted to obtain a passport or to renew your driving license. You had to drive all the way. Previously, people used to drive to Times Towers to renew their driving licenses.
Yeah.
Wewe unatoka kutoka huko Kisumu, unatoka kutoka Kibira, unatoka kutoka Mombasa. You had to drive to Times Towers to renew your driving license.
Right.
Or to get your passport. About 3 years ago, 4 years ago, people used to spend 2 nights, 3 nights just for you to renew your passport.
In Nairobi.
Wanalala hapo outside Nyayo House. But now, at your convenience, you single sign on, unaingia hapo, you say you want to renew your passport. You pick the thickness of your passport, either 54 pages or whatever. You are prompted to pay. You pay. That money goes directly to National Treasury. Directly to National Treasury.
Yeah.
It does not go to anybody's pocket.
Okay.
The only thing that is there, and I know that has been, the question Kenyans have been asking.
Yes.
Is about the 50 shillings.
Yeah. And actually, also the companies that we heard of, Pesa Flow,
Yes.
and I think there's another one. I'm forgetting the name, but yes.
So the way the eCitizen platform started, because it's very important for us to know the genesis of the whole thing. When the World Bank, because what they noticed was people wanted to obtain services at their convenience, and then number two, there were also revenue leaks. So how do you cure those two? So then it was decided, can we go to those 2 high traffic areas? The first one which was chosen was the driving license. Then number 2 was passports. So they were all onboarded onto this platform. That is what formed the genesis of the whole thing. Now the companies that initially were contracted was the Webmasters, PesaFlow, Olive Tree, and Gold Rock.
All right.
Okay.
So 4 companies.
So basically, Webmaster was for services. PesaFlow was the payment gateway. Then Olive Tree was one-time password. Once you get the services. Then Gold Rock was supposed to do reconciliation. That was a setup initially.
So they were like the accountants.
Yes, okay. The accountants. Then after 1 year, after about 2 years, when the ecosystem was when the World Bank handed over this ecosystem to the Kenya government, so the Kenya government in its wisdom at that time, we removed Gold Rock onto from the ecosystem, so that the government can now be able to collect money on its own and to do the reconciliation. But the 3 companies remain. So PesaFlow remained, the Webmasters remain, and the Olive Tree, purposely for that.
All right.
Okay. Then what happened was, I think there was a court case. So, because I think Gold Rock became aggrieved. They went to court.
So they went to court.
They went to court. Okay. Then there was a court order that stopping that the monies, the 50 shillings that had been collected, and it was on a pay bill. Safaricom. It was about 127 million shillings. Yes, 127 million shillings. So the case dragged for about 6 to 7 years. Then when the present administration came in 2022, so there was an out of court settlement that was agreed upon between all these parties and the GOK. Because what we felt at that time was, why reinvent the wheel when the wheel is there? Number 2, these are Kenyan startups. Why can't we encourage one of our own? Why should we go picking companies from abroad and yet one of our own are doing very well? So tukachukua hao, so we smoothened a few rough edges, and then now so we actually came up with there was an agreement. Okay, that which was properly signed by the GOK and the Attorney General then.
Okay.
And that is what now gave birth to where we are today. Then fast forward, because of governance issues, I think that was around 1 year ago. These 3 companies felt that because you cannot operate in a tripartite manner.
Yes.
So can you have so they decided to come up with a management company that is called Electronic the ECS. Now that is why nowadays their management company is called the ECS. That's how this company has actually been able to evolve.
All right.
Yes.
So there have been questions around the legality or illegality of that.
Is very legal, and I know people have been asking, the government has no control of the ecosystem, or it is still being controlled by
outsiders.
By outsiders, these boys. It is not true. Let me ask you, brother.
Yes.
You and I own vehicles. City, you own a Mercedes Benz or Jaguar.
Please go on.
Yes. Now
I'm neither going to confirm or deny.
When you take that service, that car must be serviced.
True.
Somebody must maintain it.
Oh yes.
Si bado unapeleka hiyo gari Toyota. Does Toyota own that car?
No.
It doesn't. As government, we construct roads. We contract companies. Okay? Now once a company has done the construction, si lazima iwe na maintenance.
Ndio.
Now does it mean that that a road construction company owns that road?
No.
The road is owned by the GOK.
Okay.
Now that's the same concept that we've used in this ecosystem. So the webmasters and PesaFlow, we are actually now using them to maintain this ecosystem.
Right.
Now that part of that 50 shillings that you asked,
yes, the convenience fee.
Yes, it was purposed by the World Bank, so that this ecosystem can maintain itself. That 50 shillings is supposed to help this ecosystem to maintain itself. That 50 shilling goes directly to National Treasury.
I think the
let me just explain.
Okay,
it goes to National Treasury in a collection account. And then every month, the ECS or the affiliates, webmasters and PesaFlow and Olive Tree, they actually bill me. They bill the government, the Directorate of E-Citizen.
All right.
That this is for maintenance, and that this is for the one-time password, because they actually buy bulk SMSs from Safaricom and service providers. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So then after that, now then we look at it, we scrutinize, we agree to agree. This is what these are the charges. Then now we pay them. Now the National Treasury gives us the money through A&A in our account. So it's not that that the directorate inaweka your account hapo at the convenience fee inakuja hapa. No.
Yeah.
That money is accounted for by at the National Treasury.
Yeah. So I think it was the Auditor General said in the last 1 year the e-Citizen platform had collected about 12.6 billion, I think it was.
Yes.
So this is the money that you paid to the maintainers of the platform, or when she was talking about 12.6 in convenience fees, what was she talking about?
No, I think what the auditor was talking about was that some money could not be
accounted for.
I want to reassure Kenyans, in that ecosystem, not even a shilling is lost. What happened was simply this. There was some delay in the delivery of some documentation. Just that. But all the monies, in fact, since, although I'm not allowed to speak about that, because we presented our documents to the public accounts committee,
yes,
and the security committee, but not a shilling is lost. In fact, even a penny, forget about a shilling, a penny is not lost.
And
it's been well accounted for.
Tell us what you were able to talk about. You said there are things you can't talk about.
Yes.
Okay, what can you talk about?
What I can talk about is there's no money that has been lost. All the money has been accounted for. In fact, if the money was lost, because you see, once the Treasury receives this money, what usually happens is part of it goes as A&A to the MDAs.
What is this this thing you're mentioning, A&A? What is it?
Authority to incur
expenditure.
Yes, expenditure.
What is it called again?
A&A. No, appropriation in aid, sorry. Yes. Appropriation in aid. So what it means is agencies are allowed a certain percentage of the revenues they've collected to go to government and go back to them. This is just because of visibility.
All right.
Okay. So then what happens is then there are other monies that goes directly to the exchequer. That is a national treasury.
Okay.
Okay. Now, if hypothetically we say that maybe 10 billion shillings has been lost, the MDAs, ministries, departments or agencies would have been the first ones to scream. Have you heard them screaming? None. Because they are actually getting their money. Because see, once that reconciliation is done, the money goes back to their accounts.
So NTSA gets their money for the
They get their money.
licenses.
Passports get their money. The Kenya Ports Authority, they get their money.
They get their money.
Yes.
All
yes,
right.
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
What I will ask you then is perhaps when all is said and done.
Yes.
Because some of these things, sometimes even the Auditor General doesn't necessarily come back and tell us, oh, but you know that 7 billion I told you was lost.
Yes.
Now we have found out that it was in this and this and this places.
There's no point at which the Auditor General comes back to explain those things.
We need now the agencies such as yours to come and tell us, by the way, the money that was flagged last month or last financial year, 7 billion,
yes,
this is where it went to. Because in this country, unfortunately, communication, there's always a breakdown. So we'll end up saying, last year 12 billion got lost, this year 7 billion got lost, and we never get answers whether that money actually got lost, was recovered, or was accounted for.
I won't wish to answer for OAG, but my brother, what I will tell you is that
yes,
as of today, all the documentation has been availed to the auditor or office of the Auditor General's office.
So when you say that these documents were handed over, it was in response to some of these queries.
Yes, exactly.
So the queries were there.
Yes.
Is there a committee of parliament that is handling this thing?
Yes, PAC. Public Accounts Committee.
And they have the documentation.
We have given them all.
So that's part of the reason why you're saying you can't discuss it, because they have it.
Absolutely. On record. And you're on record. On the answered, yes.
Yeah.
All of them have been given out.
We're actually having a conversation here with the CT, and one thing we pointed out is that there's always, again, like I said, there's always that communication. When there's fire, the communication is always there. But when the fire has been,
Yes.
quelled down, no one comes to tell us that, yes, actually, yakukwa na moto, false alarm, and this is exactly what happened.
Actually, beyond that, you see the audit queries that are raised by the Auditor General.
Yes.
Most of us don't actually understand that they're just that, audit queries. They're not accusations.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're just questions.
It's not, the auditor looks at what you have and raises questions on what they have seen. Yes.
So what should happen is, you see, if you fail now totally to provide the documentation to the audit queries, then there's a problem. But if they have raised those audit queries and maybe they have not given us adequate time to provide the documentation, and then somebody rushes and say that this has happened, maybe through press leaks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then this money has been lost. It's
But
the money is there.
Talking of press leaks,
because CT, let me ask you.
Yes.
When you talk of 10 billion, 10 billion, first of all, 1 billion is ni milioni 100 mara 10.
Kweli.
Me, I have a problem.
If that money,
my brain understands a million.
Yes.
A billion, my brain
Yes.
doesn't quite understand.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Now, if you say that 10 billion has been lost, do you know what 10 billion can do? That money, even for you to move that money in the first place, it's mind-boggling. Which bank will receive that money? Which one?
Yeah.
We have all these banks here. City, you can ask them. Maybe ABSA. that umeiona pesa.
Kuna 10 billion imekopa kwa hewa mahali.
It will even shake the economy. Just by the mere movement of that money.
Okay.
It's a huge amount. But anyway, now that we've agreed that no money has been lost, we provided.
Actually, we haven't agreed.
Yes.
This matter is still with people who are examining it.
Yes.
And they'll give us the details.
Yes.
What we are agreed on is that the documentation
has been provided
pertaining to that matter have been provided.
Yes.
And there's an outcome that we're waiting for.
Yes.
And it's because of that waiting for the outcome, there's certain things we cannot now discuss.
Yes.
That one we agreed on.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
But let me ask the question. Because this has been asked. Whether it is PesaFlow, Webmaster or Olive Tree, how were these entities procured? Was it agreed that these startups or whatever they are would be the ones who would function in the capacity that they are now in? And are we saying that they are the only ones in the country who had the capacity to do this work that was required?
What happened was, there was internal competitive bidding, because we did direct procurement, which is allowed by law.
What does internal competitive bidding mean?
Internal competitive bidding meaning as government you can also be allowed to profile companies, okay, and see their capacity and capability, because this is a security entity. You cannot just pick any other person and give him that kind of a contract. Okay, so it was competitively done. And the Ministry of ICT and the Ministry of National Treasury and the Ministry of Interior, they were all in this ecosystem, and the Attorney General, and that's now when it was agreed that we actually award this company this contract.
How many companies were considered for this particular bid? How many? Do we have an idea of how many were, or was it before your time?
It was before my time.
But nonetheless,
but I think it was more than 3 companies that were considered
in each.
But because it was a security thing, so I may not be able to.
No, I am aware that the government is even allowed to single source.
Yes.
If
which we did.
Yes, it is allowed. It
yes,
is
by law.
It is not disallowed, but the circumstances have to align with whatever it is you're sourcing and why it is that you're sourcing. That I understand.
Yes.
But the reason why I'm raising the question is this. A persistent issue that is often raised by people in this country is that these people who are chosen, and this is what people allege, there must be individuals who are behind them and who have a personal interest in these entities. Now, it is an allegation. But the problem with it is because people who do the work that you do and those who speak on behalf of the government never address these issues directly when they're raised. So they grow legs, arms, many heads, they become a hydra. But it's in the public domain. I want you to lay this to rest.
You know, the webmasters, Pesaflow and Olive Tree, they were ahead of others because they're already in this ecosystem. That was that is what actually.
That's a competitive advantage they had.
Yes, they had against others.
Yes.
So that's how they got the government managed to give them this contract.
Okay.
Yes.
There was some headline sometime in a newspaper. They were talking about Kenya wants to procure some Indian software, and I believe it was also for payment purposes. Government something similar to eCitizen. So I don't know if it's going to be something parallel to eCitizen, or it's going to be integrated to eCitizen, or it was just a headline.
I think it was just a headline because vendors are also there. Vendor wars are also out there.
Yeah.
Because we have local and international vendors who are also interested in the ecosystem. But what we have is eCitizen is here to stay.
Yeah.
This is what we have. This is our own. It is doing so well.
Yes.
It is serving Kenyans. It is 24/7.
It is homegrown.
It is homegrown. Hii ni kitu yetu bwana. So to support ni kama tuna support Harambee Stars bwana.
But DG, when you say support it, it's not as though we have a choice.
Yes.
There's no parallel system.
No, there's no parallel system. So the idea of a choice doesn't arise. If you want the service, there's one avenue. Okay? It's like that destination. I am not downplaying the importance of the system.
Yes.
Neither am I saying that the thinking behind it was wrong.
Yes.
Because if you want to optimize on certain revenues, the suggestion and then the actualization of the system by the government makes perfect sense.
Yes.
So there is no ifs and buts. You have clarity. Revenue streams are X, Y, Z. We know them. Okay? You are talking about 22,000 services.
Yes.
Okay? At the touch of a button, you know how each of those sections is doing.
Yes.
Okay? But now, this is a question I want to raise. You will tell me the system is foolproof, and I will ask, is it really? How do you guard against interference with such a system?
Yes.
Because you're dealing with 22,000 entities.
Absolutely.
Those are many.
One, we have a SOC.
Who?
SOC, Security Operation Center. That is 24/7. Okay. That is man 24/7. Two, we have managed to input relevant security softwares that are internationally accepted, and that's why the ecosystem has been running and is running very well. Two, we are also ISO certified. Yeah. So And these are the international standards.
So
City.
when ISO certifies you, what are they certifying exactly?
Whether you're complying with necessary security, data protection standards. Because if you don't, then you're actually vulnerable.
And how?
And then two, we are also being manned by the CA,
Communications Authority.
Communication Authority, and also the Ministry of ICT. So this ecosystem is really being watched very keenly. Also with the National Intelligence Service and the military. Yes.
Bonadiji, how are we catering to the non-tech survey citizenry like City here?
Who thinks that ICT means a smartphone?
How do we deal with my grandmother, who also needs to access some of these services from eCitizen?
Yes.
Is there, because you know me, I always get either on my phone or I'm on my laptop whenever I need to access eCitizen.
Your grandmother needs what? A driving license?
Yes, actually she does. Even if she's not going to drive.
What we've done is, we have very close links with the Duma Center for those ones who are not techno savvy. They can go there and then we have a help desk of eCitizen that can be assisted. Two, we also have young people, who can also help those old people who cannot be able to handle those. Three, we are also rolling out this program whereby we are awareness on the basics on what needs to be done.
Okay.
For what we've also done also with the ecosystem, we've eased its access so that it's not complicated. You must have an account on the eCitizen platform, single sign-on. You say you want passport, you go there, and then very, very basic.
Yeah,
very basic. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
No, there's this service I like.
And by the way, currently it's just good to mention.
Yeah.
Initially, we had only about 300,000 account holders, but currently, and it's shocking, we have 14.5 million account holders.
As of today.
14.5.
Sorry?
14.5
million account holders
from
on eCitizen.
From 300,000. You said 300,000,
yes,
right?
Yes.
To 14.5
million. And City, do you know how many people visit the ecosystem every day seeking for services?
No.
Between 450,000 to 500,000 people every day visiting the ecosystem.
Yeah.
Every day. Now imagine all those people would have been driving all over the place, going to government offices looking for services.
You put it well, and I actually agree with you.
Yes.
Because it actually does make life infinitely easier.
And cheaper.
Like this gentleman was telling me that my physical driving license is outmoded, that there's an e-driving license.
Yes.
All right, I don't have it.
Yeah.
But I'm going to make sure at the end of the day,
I'll show you. I'll show you once the DG leaves.
Yes.
On my phone or yours?
Even on your phone, actually, it's very easy.
So
something that you can do within minutes.
Within minutes.
Yeah.
And I'll have it. So you actually think I don't know how to do this?
Bro, sasa unajua wewe ndio umejieka hapo.
And City, by the way, in the next 1 year,
yes,
we are going to launch digital ID. We should be able to launch digital ID. Already we've started the UPI.
Okay.
The unique personal identifier. So City, wewe na mimi and my brother here.
Yes.
Our UPIs, our national ID numbers currently that we have.
Okay.
Lakini mtoto ambaye anazaliwa leo or a boy who is now attaining the age of 18.
Yes.
We are giving them the unique personal identifier.
Why aren't you not doing it at birth? Because it makes more sense.
We are doing it at birth. That's what I'm saying, at birth.
You're saying for the one who's turning 18?
For you and I,
yes.
This is our UPI.
Lakini mwenye anazaliwa
leo ako na yake. Na yule ambaye attain the age of 18 atakuwa na yake. Then where we are now moving the future, we envisage a situation whereby if you attain the age of 18, we notify you on your phone, on the phone of the citizen, to the parent, because we have the parents' details. He'll get a message that the national ID for your son is ready for collection. How do we deal with? Then number two, he will also get notification that you've also been you are also now going to be a voter automatically. And can you now notify us where you would like to be voting? That is where we are moving.
Remember,
so that hii mambo ya sijui voter registration hakuna, it will be automatic. And that's how we should go.
So essentially, you are saying that we are going to render IBC.
That is the future.
Yes.
No.
I like the future.
IBC will keep the register.
They'll keep the register.
Yes.
But then the notification, meaning automatically, when you attain the age of 18,
you're a voter.
You are a voter.
I wasn't going to say we're going to do away with the IEBC. This man
CT put me in trouble.
I mean, that's not where I was going with this.
I withdraw my statement.
I was going to say that their services will certain services will now no longer be required.
But I like that whole issue of voter registration and the fact that we'll be getting our IDs from birth. But what probably the DG will tell us is how they're going to deal with this situation of taking fingerprints, because I remember taking my ID back in 2004. Nilikuwa lazima niende nipeane kidole changu mahali, alafu nikapigwa picha nyingi sana, alafu eventually nikapatiwa ID yangu. So how are we going to deal with this issue of IDs? I mean, sorry, of fingerprints.
The fingerprints, I think that one that one must be collected, because you see, that's why when you get that notification, because you
notification requires you to actually go.
Yes, to go
physically.
Okay. Because we must certify that it is you. That's why even when you get a passport, we must certify that it is CT.
Yes.
That is actually
getting his passport.
Yes.
That makes sense.
You know, there are, from what I learned talking to the Estonian Council to Kenya, they have a country that is essentially 99 point something percent E. Okay?
It is.
But two things: land transactions, you must physically appear.
Yes.
Marriage,
you must physically appear.
Yeah, there are certain services. There are things you can't do online, but you are still required to present yourself so that
physically.
You are required to present yourself.
Yeah. And CT, that is what we're also doing here. In fact, let me talk on marriage, gentlemen.
Yes.
You know, CT, one thing that we discovered in this ecosystem, Kenyans really love marriage. On a very serious note, they really love marriage.
Yes.
So the other day when we digitalized the Attorney General's office, so squeeze unajua CT watu wakitaka kuoana, the notification we get your photograph, we get your details, and it's online.
It's online.
Okay. Some Kenyans made so much noise. Oh, why are you exposing us? But we told them, I mean, when you go to church, you do the same thing.
It's public.
It's public. It's public. What is the problem? No. Don't expose us. Then some of them were going ahead and saying, nowadays, these young people, if they go to a pub, then maybe they tune each other. So you want to see, is CT married?
Oh, is it possible to actually check if
yes,
someone...
Yes.
So if I see a beautiful girl somewhere, I can confirm she's married or not?
Yes. In fact, we're actually uploading all the records up to 1950.
Yeah.
The other thing that I've forgotten, CT.
Sorry, Mbuvi.
Yeah. No, actually, I'm worried about the DG's colleague. He looks a bit worried also. Anasema zile za huku ni wapi?
CT, the other thing that we're doing.
Yeah.
This is the future.
Yes.
We are in the process of making our systems interoperable. So that
meaning
interoperability. So that the national registration, the passports, you
want to connect all these systems,
all of them,
so you can access
to speak to each other.
Yeah.
Then we are also going to connect them to banks.
But me, I'm worried now.
Lands ministry.
Now I'm even more worried.
Ngoja kidogo CT. If you go to Singapore, if you go to Malaysia, if you go to Estonia, where I've been more than 3 times, where you know what CT talks about.
Yeah.
That has really helped. In which, if God forbid, if a person dies today all its documentation collapses. But what happens today in Kenya? Unapata mzee alienda na wakubwa wengine wao, some of these big families. Mzee alienda, but the families bado wanangoa pesa, wana operate bank accounts illegally. So hizo vitu now, everything collapses. Your passport cannot operate, your ID cannot operate, your need kila kitu. Once death notification has been provided,
that's it.
That's it.
Everything
stops.
It's true, because again, a lot of fraud is done that way.
Yes.
Whereby chances are you don't even know that your father had some money somewhere or land somewhere.
Yes.
So your siblings or other relatives can actually take advantage of that lack of information.
That problem is a problem that we African men have. You don't hear it spoken of women, it's men. Your family knows very little about what you actually do.
True.
You'll find the wife you have knows very little about you do. But then there are other people who are not the people I've mentioned who know.
No.
So now, from what I hear you saying, you're securitizing this thing. You're making sure that it's not securitizing. Securitizing is a different word. You are securing this so that the problems that arise when someone passes away is actually halted. Precisely.
So that there'll be no land transfer.
Yes.
There'll be no transactions in bank accounts and shares or what have you.
Because usually when you open a bank account, you state who your next of kin is. So the next of kin can be notified.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, you're talking about an advantage and into the future. Right now, as we look at the e-citizen, what would you say, or what would you highlight as some of the benefits that it actually has for the citizenry? Because it's there. What are the benefits?
One is service bila stress. You obtain services at your convenience without any stress. They are 24/7. And revenue checks are real time, because I have a dashboard, the MCD has a dashboard, the National Treasury has a dashboard. 3, the e-citizen platform is being run by 3 government state departments: the National Treasury, the Ministry of Interior, and the Ministry of ICT. What a transparent system.
Mention them again. Ministry
ICT,
the Ministry of ICT,
Interior,
the Ministry of Interior, and the National Treasury. The Ministry of ICT is responsible for technology. The Ministry of Interior is responsible for services. The National Treasury is the issues of money, reconciliation, what we talked about.
Yes,
where the Auditor General is laying a lot of emphasis on. Okay, and in fact, right now, CT, to cure the issue of in future moving forward.
Yeah,
I was going to mention that one too. To cure the issues of reconciliation, the National Treasury is at an advanced stage of obtaining the reconciliation engine, whereby the reconciliation now will be real time.
Yeah.
And not semi-manual like we're doing now. So that thing will be of the past.
Yeah. DG, there's this issue of, I applied for a research license a couple of months ago.
Yes.
But I didn't know that I had not completed that process, because I was applying to Nakosti.
Yes.
And
a business license?
No. It was actually a research license. Yes. At the National Institute of Technology Research something. So, it's a very long name, but it's abbreviated as Nakosti. So as I was paying for my Nini through the e-citizen platform, I paid everything. I even got a receipt that I have paid.
Yes.
I just didn't know that I had not completed the application process.
Yes.
So me, after I've paid, nikaona hapo, congratulations, I got the email telling me here's your receipt.
Ukaenda.
Na mimi nikajua nimemaliza, nikanawa mkono, nikakaa kwa nyumba waiting for my research. So a month later, I don't have my license.
Yes.
I call Nakosti and I tell them, I paid bwana. Where is my license? They ask me, where is your reference number? I asked them, what? Reference number? What reference number? So I realized that kumbe I had to go back to the website, Nakosti website, and finish my application process.
The process, yes.
So this is more of do I call it a complaint or do I call it feedback? It's more feedback. Is it possible that next time, the same way I pay for my NTSA and I don't have to go back to NTSA to complete the payment or complete the transaction, is it possible that on the e-citizen platform,
yes,
once I have paid for that service, Yana Kosti,
yes,
I am done with that process?
Yes.
Because I'm sure, me being who I am, nimesoma lakini I still fell short of that particular detail. Chances are someone else or other people are probably facing the same thing. And I didn't have someone to guide me and tell me, now once you ukimaliza hapa lazima urudi hapa. I found myself back and forth making phone calls to these institutions just to ensure that my work is done. So perhaps this is something that you can consider, such that if I get onto the eCitizen platform, even if I've been redirected from the Nakosti website, once I get there, I do everything is done on that website. Yeah, perhaps consider that.
Yes, we have a call center that maybe you can call for assistance and be assisted. So either for those ones who are still analog, and I'm seeing quite a number of them who are also analog, like CT, you can come to Nyayo 17th floor, and we have officers there who are, whom we have employed. They're about 100.
Do the lifts work?
They're working very well. They're working very well, and we can even give you a cup of tea or coffee or on the 17th floor.
This same coffee or another coffee.
Kahawa.
Because hapa kuna shida pia, but anyway.
If there are benefits, yes, there must be challenges. What are the challenges of eCitizen?
I think the challenges of eCitizen is we are really keen on the future. Because the present is we are done with the present. We believe that we are doing well. If you look at other jurisdictions. So that future, like what I explained to you, a city, whereby we are keen to have digital ID, the interoperability of all our systems, issues of fraud, whereby the person has passed away and people are still transacting, okay, and then the other one is the UPI, the rollout of the UPI. We are more than keen on that one. And then what I said was the issue of when you turn 18, you should get you should automatically get your ID, and you should be able to automatically become a voter, because that is what we are very keen on. So once we smoothen this ecosystem, and we are actually working with the World Bank City, so that we are looking at this ecosystem 50 years from now, when all of us will be gone from the face of this earth. How will this ecosystem look like? How smooth should it be? How secure should it be? So these are the issues that we are talking with the World Bank's assistance, because they're very keen on it, so that we can be able, because this will be able to absolutely cure issues of corruption, revenue leaks, and water, and also create more opportunities for Kenyans. So we are more, the challenges city is more about the future.
I understand.
Yes.
And you've explained it well. You're working with the World Bank. Do they have access to the system?
No, they don't have access to this.
What have they contributed to this beyond giving us technical advice and technical assistance?
They gave us a seed money, to kick off this ecosystem, and they're really keen for this thing to work very well.
I'm curious, because I personally don't like these Bretton Woods institutions. So when I hear of their involvement, I ask very many questions. Why are they interested in this system? How does it help them?
They are keen on it because it has money to cure many issues, city. Like on this ecosystem, issues of corruption, revenue leaks, they are huge, they are massive. And then what they're also keen on is technology transfer into the region.
No, these people don't have altruistic motives. It's a bank.
Yes.
Banks aren't social organizations or community-based organizations. They work with an understanding that they must make some money. Now, the World Bank goes beyond that. They also trade in influence. Okay? So the thing that they do for us, we thank them, but I'm keen to understand, how do they benefit? Because in the absence of benefit, these people don't go around helping you because they're not our cousins. We're not related to them. So for them to help us, there must be some gain. What is this gain that they have?
City, in this world, you don't live in isolation. You live with people.
I do.
One of the people that we must live with is the World Bank.
We must live with them.
We must live with them.
Why?
Because you see, it is we who want this ecosystem. For example, for this ecosystem to be perfect in future, And it's huge amount of money, City. It's not little money.
I agree.
In terms
Now,
of technology.
all right.
In terms of...
Okay. Let me roll it back a bit and use the word that I'd used earlier on now correctly.
Yes.
Securitization.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Part of the process of the World Bank giving you money, they must seek some guarantees that you are able to pay them.
Yes.
Now
As a government.
Yes. Now this system that we have pools all these revenues into one place. So it's very easy to determine what we actually make. So it's also very easy to determine which of the many units that feeds into it has money. So because of this, it is easy for the World Bank to have a look at it and say, fine, we can lend you money. Because they know exactly where the money is going to come from. Because it is visible. You can see it. There's nothing nefarious about it.
Okay.
You just ensure that the loan you give is secure. It makes perfect sense. A good financial tool that is used for securing money. But the question I'm asking is not that. Because that one is straightforward. And I will explain to you why it is. I'm asking the question I'm asking. The World Bank doesn't just exist like the World Bank. Like every bank that we have, it has shareholders. Shareholders will demand that certain interests that they have are served. I am a proponent, for instance, of the complete denunciation of these austerity measures that the World Bank and IMF keep imposing because they don't actually help. That's my view. You don't have money, that's why you've gone to them. Then they're asking you, pay us more money through your taxes. So you are squeezing the flow of money within the country so that the country can grow. How will the country grow when it already came to you because it has a problem? And in my mind, you're exacerbating the problem. But that's me being political. Let's assume that these are nice people who are helping us and the help we can see. Beyond the benefits that the citizenry get on a daily basis, how do we know that? How do we guarantee that these monies that we collect, and they are a colossal amount, it isn't your purview,
yes,
but how does it get to all the departments and ministries that need it? Because beyond that now, it's outside your purview. But how do we ensure that it is maximized and that what needs to go to these entities actually gets there?
Very simple, City. We have a dashboard. The ministries, agencies and departments have dashboards whereby they can see people obtaining services. Two, you as a citizen, like my brother, just said, you got propped up, you got a receipt,
Yes.
you paid, and that is transparency. It's not Camille as a man, somebody's writing for you.
Who has these dashboards, DG?
One.
You have.
I have it.
Yes.
The ministry has it.
ICT ministry have it. Interior have it.
Has it.
National Treasury have it.
The relevant ministry also.
Yes.
Or department also
yes.
has it.
And it's real time.
And it's real time. And they can see it real time.
Okay. Why I ask this question?
Yes.
And this is where I'm getting to.
Yes.
What do we do when this system collapses or when it has a problem? There is no system that is foolproof. There is no system that cannot have a downtime. What happens?
That's why we put relevant layers of security on this ecosystem to ensure that it is 24. Even heaven may fall, but this ecosystem will stand. That I can assure you. That's why we have very strong primary site. That's why we are reinforcing our secondary site, and we are building our data recovery.
Essentially, you're saying
yes,
you're constantly ensuring that
yes,
security that will ensure that this doesn't happen is constantly being reviewed.
Precisely.
That's what you're saying.
Precisely.
Okay.
Yes. According to international standards.
DG, governors have opposed their revenue going through e-Citizen. How has that been handled?
We are still. There are some governors who are already in the ecosystem, but we are still talking to them. Of course, we must respect the constitution of 2 layers of government, and of course, they are seeing the benefits of this ecosystem. Okay, it is theirs, it is ours as Kenyans because of transparency and everything else, and service below stress. Okay. Yes. So yes, discussions are still going on.
Buvi, let me ask you this question. From what you've read,
yes,
what exactly are the governors complaining about?
What exactly?
the governors complaining about? Why are they resisting this?
There is no specific reason as to why they're resisting, but there's a question actually PS Bello Kipsang had to answer on the same. And this is what he said, that we are engaging county governments through dialogue and cooperation rather than compulsion. The value proposition for counties is clear. E-Citizen enhances revenue collection, ensures transparency, and provides real-time visibility. So according to this article, they've not really said the reason why governors are opposing, but my guess would be, number one, they have their own political reasons as to why they don't want that to happen. Probably they need more control or want more control or something else. I don't know, maybe.
The function and benefits of e-citizen are not difficult to understand. Not really. Not really. They're not difficult to understand. Now, if somebody has a query, surely it needs to be voiced. If somebody has a problem, maybe it's unique to them, but it is important that it is understood. Yes. Unless you're just opposing it for the sake of opposing it, because probably you feel you are not consulted adequately.
I'll actually take you back to something that you always say. Mahali kuna pesa, kuna kuanga na shida.
That one I say.
Mahali kuna pesa.
Kukuanga na shida.
Shida ikosekani.
Kuna mtu anataka kulipa mshahara yake in cash, mwingine atasema nitumie kwa bank, mwingine atasema nipe check.
Kabisa.
People have got their own reasons.
Kabisa.
Yes.
Kabisa.
Yeah.
City, before I leave, just allow me to commend one government agency that has done extremely well in this ecosystem. The Kenya Wildlife Service. City, do you know, a year and a half ago, before we digitalized that agency, they used to collect around 3.5 billion
per year. Okay.
Can I tell you where they are now?
Please tell me.
9.5.
From 3.5 billion to 9.5.
So sasa wewe tujiulize maswali hapo. Passports, watu wako nalala hapo. Hapo Nyayo. And there was so much noise. Woi. At one point wanasema Nyayo zikaitwa crime scene. I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Squeezy City, ukitaka passport, you don't need assistance.
No, we don't.
Unaingia hapo, City, you unachagua passport ambayo unataka, alafu unaambiwa kuja for biometrics, date yako, time yako, alafu after 2 days, unakuwa propped up, unaambiwa come and pick your passport. And off you go.
Did you appreciate all this? The one thing that I'd
driving license,
ask you to do.
Yes.
Let these things be known. Beyond talking in a show like this.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Surely, there are ways in which the citizenry can know, but more importantly, these are services that are going to affect those in school. Work with the Ministry of Education to find a way in which people can know about the benefits of some of these things. So when they grow, long before they get into the workforce, they know and understand.
Nakubali City.
Yes.
Bwana DG, I'm afraid we have to let you go. But before we do, kuna swali hapa hivi imeandikwa kwa The Star. State spends 17.2 million daily on tea and mandazi. Do you give people in your office tea and mandazi?
Tea and mandazi?
Wapi? Wanasema hapa kwa The Star. Mimi nataka kujua kama kwa ofisi yenu kuna
wewe swali DJ atajibu. So wewe achana hiyo kitu.
Mandazi yangu mimi nanunua yangu. Asante zangu.
But in the beginning he actually said kujeni kwa ofisi mtakunywa chai.
Labda anakuja na chai yake anaenda kwa thermos.
Kwa thermos.
Kama mimi yangu. Yes.
Said and done. That's Ambassador Isaac Ocheng, EBS, MBS, NDC. He's the Director General of E-Citizen Services Directorate. Thank you so much, sir, for coming to our studio and for gracing us with all this information. We invite you once again, please, because I know there are so many questions. Like nikifungua sasa kwa WhatsApp, I have so many questions from a lot of people, but you've answered majority of those questions. So let's continue engaging.
Nimeshukuru sana and I'm ready to come again and again and again. Mpaka mtanifukuza unasema umekuwa too much.
All right,
tutakualika tena.
Our next guest is in the studio as well, so don't go too far. We'll be right back with more of these conversations.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya National Union of Teachers has raised alarm over the transfer of teachers from Nairobi, saying the move could undermine students' performance in upcoming national examinations. According to Nairobi branch chairperson Nyamai Kasina, the Teachers Service Commission has issued delocalization letters to long-serving teachers in the city, reassigning some of them to counties such as Kitui. Kasina argued that the transfers were not only unfair, but also harmful to learners preparing for national tests. Residents of Matisi Ward in Kitale are calling on local security to come to their aid after numerous reports of criminal invasions in the area. The residents lamented that the increased insecurity in the area is disrupting their business and normal lives. They call for swift action against criminals who attack innocent civilians.
Wanatembea na mipindi, panga na silaha zingine butu. Wanakwenda kwa barabara wanakupiga, wanakunyang'anya simu zako, wanakunyang'anya pesa, hata kama una shopping kidogo unanyang'anywa.
Watu wameumizwa, biashara zimeporwa, wengine wako hospitalini. Sasa mimi nauliza serikali, ni sisi wenyewe tujitokeze tujilinde ama?
Residents and social media users are raising alarm over surge in theft, muggings and attacks in Nairobi Central Business District. Gangs are reportedly targeting people in broad daylight and using extreme intimidation methods. Videos circulating online shows victims warning others to stay vigilant, particularly in the evenings when streets are poorly lit. Nairobi woman representative Esther Passaris attributed the attacks to lack of street lights.
We stand firmly behind our governor. Nobody is perfect, but this is a wake-up call that we need to come together and work together to deliver for the citizens of Nairobi. I saw people are getting mugged in the center of Nairobi, Kimathi Street, because there are no street lights. I would have expected that if you had an effective county government, street lights would have been put within 24 hours. We know that county of Nairobi had a huge bloated staff, so majority of the money was going into recurring expenditure, not development.
The national government has responded to concerns over reports that Jubaland forces may have crossed into Mandera. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen said on Wednesday in Busia that security agencies are actively investigating the claims. Murkomen denied that the government had prior knowledge of the alleged presence of the forces, stressing that any individuals entering the country due to conflict in Somalia will be identified and handled in line with international law. The cabinet secretary also cautioned politicians against politicizing the issue.
But we cannot confirm now whether there were forces of where, who they are. It's only until you do proper security analysis and investigations that you get to know, is it forces, is it civilians and so forth. It is also it's also important to note that such security issues are handled in our security issues. So if we reach a stage where there is any challenge, we will tell the country. But at the moment, we don't have any difficulty. The complaints that have come from citizens have been looked at.
At least 15 people have died and 18 others were injured after Libson's iconic Gloria funicular derailed and crashed on Wednesday evening, authorities confirmed. Emergency services said the accident occurred near Avenida de la Verdad around 6 p.m. local, leaving the bright yellow carriage destroyed and passengers trapped before rescuers freed them. Portugal's Emergency Medical Authority reported that 5 of the injured are in critical condition, while the other 13, including a child, suffered minor wounds. The nationalities of some of the victims remain unknown, though officials confirmed that foreigners were among those killed. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. You're with me, Mungala Mbuvi, on Radio Generation, 88.8 in Nairobi and 90.7 in Mombasa. In studio, City Mugo, of course, and we also do have our last guest for this particular day, and that is none other than Charles Nyachai, a constitutional lawyer. But he's not just any kind of constitutional lawyer. He's actually been in the higher echelons of the justice system, if I may say. Karibu tena sana mheshimiwa to Radio Generation. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here with us.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to make a maiden visit to Radio Generation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Karibu tena sana. And it's a pleasure. I've been following your story for a while, watching you on TV, doing a lot of things, doing your lawyer stuff. I followed up on your father as well, the late Simeon Nyachai.
Yes.
And like I said, it's actually a pleasure interacting with individuals such as yourself, because we get to learn a lot, especially for the young generation. Mimi ni mtu niligrow na nimekuja kujua mambo mengi because of interacting with people like yourself. So once again, it's an absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much.
And like City pointed out, that tie, tukimaliza hii show, utaniambia mahali so that I can visit, either I visit your tailor or I visit the person who makes your suits. But like I said, karibu tena sana.
Thank you very much.
You're an expert on matters constitution. Maybe we can start from there. Kenya promulgated a constitution in 2010. And we have seen a lot happening as far as that is concerned. Do you believe, as in your own personal opinion, that matters constitution, we are doing the right thing and we are where we were envisioned to be when we promulgated that constitution?
Okay, I think those are two. First of all, thank you very much. Let me say I'm glad to be here.
Yes.
And I appreciate the invitation. I always I enjoy talking about matters Katiba, so it's a pleasure for me.
Yeah.
Now, I think the question you have asked is actually two questions. Are we on the right track? And then secondly, are we where we would have expected or envisioned to be at this particular time? They're two different questions, but the answers are fairly similar. Are we on the right track? I think largely I would say yes. There's a lot of work that has been done since 2010 towards the implementation of the Constitution. As one might expect, if we are realistic, there's also been a lot of energy pulling in the other direction, but that was to be expected from day one. The people who were going to resist the implementation of what is essentially a very radical constitution. Some doing so consciously, but I think many not being conscious that they are pulling in the opposite direction. When you ask, are we where we had envisioned ourselves to be, my answer would be no, but then I would hasten to add that I think the better question in my view would be whether where we would have, if you had asked us, if we were having this conversation in 2010 or 2011.
Yes.
Or let's say we started beginning of 2011, 2011 or 2012. In terms of where, if you had asked me then, where do you think we will be in 2025?
Yes.
If I use that as the gauge, then I would say no, we are not where we envisage it to be. But then I would add very quickly,
yes,
with the benefit of hindsight, I think we were probably to a large extent overly ambitious in terms of what it was going to take to implement.
Really?
Yes.
Were we overly ambitious?
In yes, we were overly ambitious. I think we did. There are things that we did not and could not have factored in. The level of resistance, and as I say, a lot of the resistance is coming from people and institutions who are probably not very conscious that they are resisting or pulling
in the opposite direction.
In the opposite direction.
Yeah.
And it's only when you have a conscious discussion about it, like we are having now, that you look and say, yeah, I think because we didn't factor that in, that's why I say we were ambitious.
They always say there's the letter and there's a spirit.
Yes.
I don't know what they usually mean by that, but I'm assuming one is where you assume and then another one is where you actually perform. But we have seen, and City likes using this word, we bastardize this constitution a lot. We disregard it, sometimes we ignore it, sometimes it's like when it is convenient, we will apply it. But when it's not, then it is an inconvenience. Do you see that happening a lot?
Okay. I'm not sure who City means when he says we.
President Uhuru, in his first, when he was president during his term, if I look at what they did with Chapter 6, the changes that were made, it's just constitutional amendments. And then you come into with the Ruto government. It is the amendments to certain provisions of the Constitution that made me to use the word bastardization, because if it was intended to achieve a certain purpose, and the amendments which have been brought in more or less guarantee that whatever it was that was purposed for cannot be achieved, then that thing has been messed up with completely. That is my point.
Okay, it's interesting that that you mention Chapter 6 because it's actually one of the areas of the Constitution, one of the chapters where from the very beginning, there are many chapters where in writing the laws to implement the Constitution, I feel that we, and here I am talking about, I'm using we to mean those of us who are closely associated with writing and then passage of the laws that were required to implement the Constitution. There are many areas that I still feel that we wrote good laws to implement the Constitution. One of the areas, probably my best example of where we didn't from the onset, we didn't write a good law to give effect to what our understanding of the intention of the framers of the Constitution was Chapter 6. And I say this because when the process of putting in place the laws to implement the Constitution was that the Attorney General, together with the CIC, together with the relevant government department or agency, would sit down and discuss, look at the Constitution, draft it, and then once that was done, because each of these laws had to be passed in the then National Assembly. And the laws could only be passed could only go to the National Assembly,
right,
from the executive. I mean, nobody else, CIC could not take a law to Parliament,
okay,
or anybody else. That was done by the executive. Now, the particular law that CT talks about to implement Chapter 6, if I am to use his terminology, then it was bastardized from the very onset, because even as we finished our meetings with the executive, the cabinet subcommittee, who would then take it to the full cabinet, and then from there it would go to Parliament. It was clear to us that it had been so diluted that we were not confident that we were effecting the intention of the framers of the Constitution. Now, beyond there, of course, there are other laws which we did, but whose 15 years later, the reality of the implementation is still a long way from being a reality. And these are particularly laws that touch on or affect one way or another. Primary stakeholders, especially Parliament. If you look, for example, to date, we have not been able to bring into operation the law relating to election campaign financing, which I think we wrote a good law, but it has run into headwinds. Another one, which I often hear enthusiastic Kenyans talking about recalling their members of parliament.
That one.
Unfortunately, I have sad news for them.
I can't. I am looking at that smile and I'm like,
that one, my all-time favorite. Yes,
I have sad news for them because we tried to write a good law to give effect, a balancing act, no doubt.
Yes.
Because you do not want to have a situation where the people of Kenya have gone to a lot of trouble to elect a member of parliament, and then make it overly easy
for them to recall him.
Now, but now, what has happened is the other extreme. It's really, apart from the fact that the law is in limbo, somehow large sections of it were struck out as being unconstitutional by the courts. Apart from that, it's I would say well nigh impossible today.
Now,
but before we get to even electing,
this
MP, there was that vetting process.
Yes.
And in the original text, you're talking about Article 74 of the Constitution, which laid down processes and procedures.
Yes.
The amendment I speak of this was deleted.
Yes.
Okay? Now, the moment that was deleted, it became, again, near impossible for you to actually vet effectively. So, people who were to be elected could have all manner of things that previously would have halted them on their tracks, but now could easily sail through. Now, yes,
that is. I hear you. It is. A lot of it is perhaps yet to be tested, both in terms of who gets vetted so that they are allowed to participate in elections. And then, of course, there are other aspects of that whole electoral process, or what happens, for example, even today, as we speak, nobody can give you a clear-cut answer to the question of what happens in terms of holding public office, what happens to a person, a holder of state office who was been impeached, whether you're talking about governors, deputy governors,
MPs, senators.
Well, impeachment
governors.
applies to
The president.
governors, the president, and deputy president.
Okay. I have a question, Mheshimiwa, and it's in regards to this whole issue of, you are the chairman of the Constitution of Kenya Implementation Commission.
Yes.
During your period in that particular position, what are probably you can tell us some of the challenges you faced as far as trying to ensure that this thing actually gets to where it's supposed to get?
Yes, the biggest challenge, and again, I think it was predictable, is that relative to the former constitution,
yes,
and relative to generally how we handle, we as a nation handle matters governance in the period before the 2010 constitution. That constitution, the 2010 one, relative to the former, was very radical and intended to be transformative. What that meant is that many people, and especially those in the governance system, were bound to have some level of resistance. And it really wasn't surprising because, first of all, human beings by nature tend to be resistant to any radical change. If today the government declared that from 1st of January 2026 we were going to drive on the right-hand side, I mean, every Kenyan would have an opinion about it, and they would say, you know, watu wanatusumbua.
And a lot of accidents, by the way.
Even before the accident,
before even
the announcement that this is what they're planning to do, you could have a revolution.
Yes. So the resistance to change was one of our major, shall I say,
challenges.
Although let me say this, and I always say this whenever I talk in response to that question or similar question, that we started implementing this constitution during the time of the National Coalition government. And I give a lot of credit to the two principals in that government for even the steps that we were able to take. Because people underneath them, the two principals, I will always go on record, were very supportive. They believed in the constitution and were very supportive of the process of implementation. There was a fair amount of resistance in the people below them, particularly, and this is just the reality, particularly the PNU side of the
coalition.
There was a fair amount of resistance. But to his credit, the president, who was also the leader of PNU, was very clear in supporting the implementation of the constitution.
Okay.
Why I'm saying that is that meant that a lot of times we were moving
swimming against the tide.
Swimming against the tide. So I found my life a lot easier when every time I crossed from one side of Arambe House to the other side. Then I felt that's a reality.
But what were they opposed to, really?
It was. I'll tell you what they were opposed to. There were a number of things they were opposed to, but they can all be classified as the system of government. Yeah, people had gotten used to, and these are the things that the Kenyan people were responding to when they wrote the new constitution, the imperial presidency. So there were people who were very, they did not see how you could take powers away from the presidency, because forever that's where the power
has always been.
Power has always been. Now, another category of very, very important players who, I'm still answering the question of the challenges.
Yes.
We did a lot of good work with the Parliament. Both initially the National Assembly, then after the 2013 elections with the now bicameral Parliament. We did a lot of good work with them. Except the point of departure was always in areas that touched on them, or they felt something that was affecting them one way or the other.
Okay.
And I'll give you two examples, one of which is still ongoing as a challenge. The 2010 Constitution, to a very large extent, was about responding to our experiences as a nation. So we put a lot of things in that document, which is, by the standards of most constitutions, is a fairly large document. So we wanted to respond to everything that we thought, we here is the people of Kenya, to everything that we thought that had gone wrong. We wanted to address it through that constitution. And for example, one thing that the constitution introduced is an independent constitutional commission called the Salaries and Remuneration Commission.
SRC.
SRC. The principal reason why that came into existence really was around members of parliament setting their own salaries. Kenyans were unhappy with this.
Yeah.
Now, when the commission came into effect and it sought to do its work, members of parliament reacted like they had not read that part of the constitution. They could not understand.
It was foreign to them.
It was foreign to them.
Yeah.
They could not understand who
can tell us what to be paid.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that because it affected them, that sort of challenge. Another example of members of parliament is and I think it's a problem till today. And it caused me a lot of personal aggravation from members of parliament. Was this animal called CDF? Was at some point was rebaptized the NGCDF.
Yes.
It is simply inconsistent with the architecture of the 2010 Constitution. And
full stop.
That has been said by the courts. Whichever way they have tried it, it is just.
Please, actually, now that you're on that point, can you explain to CT why the NGCDF stroke CDF is an illegality? Because I have tried to member hapa and he's still insisting even if it is illegal, ibaki tu paligo.
He doesn't quite understand my objection to it.
Yes.
CDF, as we know it, or as we knew it, was initiated at a time before the 2010 Constitution.
Yes, true.
And if you look at what it is that it was able to do
Yes.
and achieve,
Yes.
it was phenomenal.
Absolutely. I am
See?
in agreement up so
Yes.
far.
Now, when the Constitution came in
Yes.
with all its interfering ways,
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
Now, I did not see anything that was put in place that would replace the CDF.
That's where you go wrong.
That's my pain. No.
Okay.
I did not see.
Okay.
Now, part of your being here,
yes,
because you have a legal mind,
Is to help him understand.
and you are a barrister,
yes,
is to now educate my not very educated mind on what the replacement was. Because until I see it, okay, and I understand it, I will still say illegality or not. Let the CDF.
Let me say this, because this has been topical, and the current champion of that constitutional position is none other than Baba himself. And to me, every time I listen to Baba talking on
the media
on the issue of
CDF,
yeah,
whoever
I'm sitting with them, I tell them I could not have put that better myself. You see, City.
Yes, please.
The whole point of CDF, yeah, as you know, a number of years, this even right, I think from
inception,
from the 80s, if not the 70s, this whole problem of how do you involve the Wanjiko in the village, so that development reaches the lowest
common denominator.
Yes,
yes, within a county or a ward.
Yes. And there had been attempts. I remember when my late father was in Harambee House, they introduced this thing called what was it called?
What did it do?
It tried to address that problem.
There was a time when there was something called district focus.
That's the one. District focus for rural development.
Yes.
That's what it was trying to do.
Yes.
That's what it was trying to
I
do.
understood district focus very well.
That's what now. District focus for rural development was a rudimentary attempt.
It was a rudimentary attempt at devolution.
Yeah. Now, then in the 1990s, Honorable Karwe introduced in Parliament the whole thing about CDF, to address that same issue.
Yes.
Now here is where I agree with the former Prime Minister when he says CDF was good and it played its role at that time. Come 2010, and we have the introduction in Chapter 11 of the Constitution of a system of government called devolution. Then two things we have to bear in mind. One, on paper at least, in terms of the Constitution, devolution addresses everything that
CDF was
supposed to address. The reason I have said on paper at least is obviously devolution has not, it has worked, but it hasn't achieved everything as yet that it was intended to achieve. So here again, and I'm not trying to hold a brief for Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, but why I agree with him, he is saying, look, once devolution came into our system, then we need to make it work, because if it works properly as it should work, then it addresses the issue of CDF, what CDF sought to do. Now, the other thing why CDF really is problematic for me as a student of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 is because there is a fundamental problem in and challenge to the architecture of the Constitution when you have a system where members of parliament, whatever they call it, patrons of the CDF, whatever, they are involved.
He insists on patron.
It doesn't matter what you call it, but they are involved
Yeah.
in
the operationalization of the CDF.
And then one of the three major mandates that they have as parliamentarians is oversight. So how are you going to oversight something that you have been involved in its operationalization? So there is a fundamental challenge to the architecture of the Constitution. Now, beyond there, and if we get CDF to work, if we get devolution to work as was intended, I am completely unable to see why we should be spending our energies to defend a system which the courts have declared. Not only is it unconstitutional, but the courts have said as much that it really is an assault on the architecture of our Constitution.
Now, you've been, you have a question to follow up on that?
I do, but go on. I'm not going to forget my questions.
You have been a judge, and you understand that court orders need to be followed, and there are usually consequences to court orders not being followed. But and help me understand, because I do not know matters of the law. Why is it that the courts have pronounced themselves on that issue, but nothing seems to be done?
No, what I wouldn't say nothing seems to be done. What happens every time the court pronounces itself? Of course, courts give reasoned judgments.
Okay.
So the members of parliament go and they go through the judgment, and they believe that if we change this, and change that, then we will be compliant. They have done it 3 times, but it is. You see, it cannot. CDF, the latest now that members of parliament seek to do, they have now seem to have given up trying to address it through acts of parliament, and they are talking about amending the Constitution. But how you will do that while remaining faithful to the very what I'm calling the architecture of the Constitution still remains a mystery to me. It is.
You see,
it is not. CDF is not consistent with the Constitution, and even if you try to amend the Constitution, you will run into the problem of it fitting into that architecture.
You can now ask that question.
How many chapters does the Constitution have?
Sorry, is it?
Do not worry.
18.
All right. Let's say there are 86. Let me introduce an 87th chapter.
No, 18 I said.
Yes, this was me.
Oh, this is you.
This is me.
Okay.
Okay. Now, there's a reason why I argue the way I do. You have prefaced your argument well by saying that if the devolved units of government were to work as they were purposed, then indeed it would be clear that CDF is not necessary. Unfortunately, that is not the case. My argument, and he simply and willfully decided not to include that part of my argument, has been this. You are taking 100 million shillings and giving it to units who have proved time and time again that they are not able to manage the monies that they get to serve the interest that it was purposed for. That's number one. Number two, when you have a situation in the country where you've allowed impunity to reign to the point where you are using the fox to guard the hen house, okay? What do you expect? Parliament showed us from the very enactment of the 2010 Constitution that they were not going to adhere to the letter of that Constitution, because if it interfered with the way they were used to conducting business, they have the powers to amend it. It's a simple truth. That's why I'm talking about the Constitution here being the hen house and the foxes being asked to guard it. So the conflict existed even as we brought this to the fore. Now, CDF just brings this whole conflict to the fore, because the greatest contradiction, in my opinion, to the Constitution seems to be Parliament, because they're supposed to be to enact laws that would breathe life into this Constitution. How many years have we had this Constitution now?
15.
Why do we still talk about laws that haven't been enacted?
Okay, now that is something we could discuss for a long time, but in my view, the answer is this, City. The Constitution of Kenya, normally most constitutions are brought about in a situation of from nothingness, like you have a war and everything is
extremely adverse situations.
Exactly.
Yes.
The significance of that is you then do not have interested parties. Everybody is starting from there,
and they are willing to start from scratch.
Yes. So the response of Parliament, which has been an ongoing challenge from the onset as regards implementation, is to be expected in a situation where Parliament is a major, other than the people. Parliament as representatives of the people are really the major players.
They are. They're the key players in this whole process. Yes.
And anything that they feel touches on them, they are going to resist any changes. But the other thing that you have alluded to,
yes,
devolution.
Yes.
Admittedly, there's a lot that needs to be done in order to make the devolution deliver, both in terms of intergovernmental relations and the obligations of the national government, flow of funds and agreement on functions and so on. For me, and then of course there is the problem of corruption by whatever name. Now, the issue of corruption by whatever name, if we are talking about corruption, whether it is the county governments, it's there. Whether it is the CDF, how it is administered, it's the corruption is just a major issue we have as a nation. So I would want to see our energies directed more at making devolution work, and we get serious about attacking corruption in all its forms at whatever level. That, to me, is really what would benefit.
The priority.
Yes.
How does the CDF, as it's currently constituted and it currently exists, interfere with the process of ensuring that the constitution, or rather the revolved governments work as they were intended to? How does it?
But it's illegal. It is just illegal.
Yes, it is.
Stealing a cow is illegal.
I don't think you heard my question, so let me ask it again. Yes, you are answering something else. Yes.
It's just illegal.
Yes, setting his own exam, which he's going to pass anyway.
It's illegal. However you try and sugarcoat this issue, it is illegal. But anyway, ask.
You see, I am deliberately being facetious on this subject for a very simple reason.
Yes.
To bring out the false arguments that we have about devolution, not what was intended for it, but the false arguments about it, and the pronouncements that we hear from governors regarding that consistent plea for we don't have enough money, and yet they never clearly tell us what it is that they've done with what they've been given. And then when we throw in what the Auditor General now reports, we realize there's something about this devolved process that required a lot of changing. You have told me on many occasions that you are of the view that the 5 years the commission was given was adequate. I disagree with you completely. 5 years was too short a time. 5 years is when we are beginning to even understand we have a new constitution.
But you'll be happy to know that I now share your view.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, but because 5 years.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Given who we are and how we respond to issues, and how when the threat that we had that made us go to the 10-10 constitution seems to have gone away, we go back to factory settings very, very, very quickly.
Are you saying that the lifespan of the commission was very short-lived?
It was too short. It was
2011 to 2016.
Every institution that was there, that was supposed to shepherd the implementation of the constitution, not just its commission, they were given too short a time to do their work. Again, Parliament. You see, the hen house and the fox analogy for me holds true, because the moment you have individuals who by virtue of their being in that position, well, before they get to Parliament they're okay, the moment they get in there they are the personification of avarice.
That's harsh. But go on.
And we raise this question, we keep asking, how on earth did we get here? We elected them, that's how we got there. So now you have a CDF which they manage. So long as they manage it, we know what they're supposed to do with it and we can monitor. When you take it to this monolith system that already has billions, this is just 100 million, and who have demonstrated irrevocably that they actually cannot manage those funds, either through incapacity to actually comprehend what they're supposed to do, or for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And you then now want to take this 100 million to give to that entity. That doesn't make sense to me. I'd rather this particular individual, whose nomenclature I understand fully,
So
I'd
better,
rather have that person.
better
that
the
money.
devil you know
This devil I know very well.
than the other devil that you also know.
And this, no, a county government is a huge, chief. It's a government.
Okay.
And the funds that they are given are huge, chief. So when you are told that there is a governor who's being accused of misappropriating 700 million, that's what they are able to document. It doesn't mean that that's all that they've misappropriated.
Charles, are you by any chance suggesting that the CDF system there's no corruption?
That CDF has been used to the point where you actually can't even begin to state the ways in which it has been misused. By the time those in power came to understand that there needs to be people who actually run it as opposed to the MPs, it's the same disease we have when it comes to our governors. There's a village mentality that somehow getting into politics bequeaths people. Somebody who is very sensible and very normal before they go into politics suddenly becomes a villager with the most vile intent in any way imaginable, and you wonder, is this person bewitched? You campaign so that you can lead and ensure that the people whom you are seeking to leave benefit. And then you proceed to do the complete opposite. CDF, if you argued that it gives these individuals a platform from which to ascend probably to that position of governor, then I would cede that my argument is completely spurious and should not even be entertained. But so long as I'm holding brief on the view that I am not going to take 100 million shillings to give to these people who have shown no interest and no ability to manage the money, let it stay with these people. And if the Constitution doesn't agree with it, well, then let's say it doesn't agree with it.
I respect your view, but
no, you don't.
No, I do because you choose to focus on what is probably a limited aspect of it, and I'm looking at it from the wider issue.
The man has just told me I have a limited vision. Did you hear?
No.
He has just said that you ignore other spectrum.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes. He has not called you limited.
Oh, he's called me limited. I've heard.
He just says that we may ignore his spectrum.
Yes, deliberately.
Yes. But yeah, Mahesh, you're actually saying something.
Which one now?
In terms of what then, in your view, should we do to the CDF? Because clearly there are people who would actually argue that Ime's idea. So do we...
Here's what I would do with the CDF. As somebody who wants to be to maintain fidelity to the Constitution, but B, who is pragmatic and recognizes the interests around it. What I would do is I would introduce a cutoff point. Doesn't matter whether it's 5 years. I mean, whether it's one term or 2 terms. In terms of the when I say term, I'm using that in terms of the terms of parliament.
Okay.
So that the members of parliament it will greatly reduce the personal, because very few members of parliament go beyond 2 terms anyway.
Very few.
Yeah. It will greatly reduce the personal interest. But so that at a given point, whether it's 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line, we will have dealt with that now to accord with the Constitution. And in the meantime, City,
yes, please,
we will or should do what we can to identify and address honestly and openly the issues that have made devolution not work to the
extent that it could.
Yes.
When amending a constitution,
yeah,
are there limits to which you cannot amend the constitution?
Very, very interesting philosophical question. My own view would be that the people of Kenya, in the exercise of their sovereignty, could actually scratch the whole thing and start from scratch. Which means then that, to answer your question, there is therefore nothing that the people acting directly cannot amend. That's my view.
But with the current system that we have, where we need to go to a referendum and all that, the question still holds. Are we in a position, or are there limits to which we cannot amend the Constitution? Let me be specific to what I'm asking. The discussion I'm bringing is one of exceptionals, given exception. You see, the role that elected leaders play is not difficult to understand. The quandary and the complication arises from them exercising those roles in a manner that they see fit, because it often runs contrary to what is anticipated or expected. Okay. Now, we have a constitution which essentially is a manual of operation. This is what is you're supposed to follow when you want to do A, B, C, D. Now, if you have a body of people who seem determined that the only way that thing works is when it suits their purposes, hence my question, the amendment of the constitution. You say if the sovereign decides to amend it or to scrap it or to change it, the sovereign still has to go through the elected leaders, given our current constitution and how it works.
Not really. You see, the role of Parliament is greatly reduced when you're dealing with a citizen-driven amendment to the Constitution in terms of the Constitution as is. I see your point that Parliament still has a role to play.
Yes.
And they can therefore make it somewhat.
They'll bulwark it completely.
They can, but you see, it depends on what is coming. You know, at the end of the day, parliamentarians may be thinking about themselves, but they are also very sensitive to what is really coming from the people.
Absolutely true. They're very finely tuned into that.
Yes. So if it is clear that this really is a deal breaker between them and the people, then I think in practice the people will be able to make whatever amendment they want to the Constitution, exercising their direct sovereignty. Short of that, then we would be talking about some kind of uprising, which is not the direction we want to go.
No, because then you have a situation which is difficult to control.
Yes.
And the worst is probably the scenario you should envision when such a thing happens.
Yes.
So, gentlemen, we've actually come to the end of the show.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we have literally seconds to go. But before
I was just warming up.
Before I let you go, Mheshimiwa,
yes, sir.
You recently wanted to be chairman of IEBC, but now we have a new IEBC.
Yes.
What do you think could be the biggest problem as far as delivering a free and fair election in 2027 is concerned?
I think that I would answer that at two levels. I think that the commission, and this was always my view, even when I was offering myself, the commission has a difficult task ahead. And what makes it difficult is not so much the core mandate that the Constitution gives to them. What makes it difficult is that over a period of time, for a variety of reasons which we don't have time to discuss, there has developed a trust deficit between a section of the people, not all Kenyans, a section of the people of Kenya, and the commission.
Okay.
Personally, and this is gratuitous advice because nobody has asked me for it, but if I was to advise the commission, I would just advise them two things. One, to as I wish them well, is to carry out the mandate with complete fidelity to the Constitution and the law. In the process of doing that, bear in mind that there is this trust deficit. So I think communication is key.
Okay.
Communication is key. as long as they are able to communicate what they're doing and they are manifestly transparent, they cannot do more than just remain faithful to the Constitution and the law. But now that you asked me about the issue of IEBC and elections, let me say this.
Yes.
I think the people of Kenya, on this whole issue about elections, the people of Kenya need to introspect themselves about the electoral process. Because you and I know, all three of us here know, that there are people in Kenya today who have already decided that if X is the result in 2027, then it will have been rigged.
Okay.
I mean,
yes.
The people who
that is their position.
That is their position.
Okay.
We need to move away from that.
All right.
And have faith in the institutions, and it's all about the people of Kenya introspecting.
Yes.
And I say this because I'm an old-fashioned lawyer.
Yeah.
So I believe in the processes.
Okay.
That's why we have a process for challenging the outcome of an election, and how that matter is settled.
Okay.
But all in all, we must wish the commission the very best, because what option do we have? They are carrying that out on our behalf.
Thank you so much, Charles Yechai. This is where we come to a close. We've actually overshot by about 4 minutes. But no, it's okay. Thank you so much. That's well-deserved, a well-deserved conversation. And indeed, we invite you here back to come and talk about this and much more.
Thank you.
City, situonane kesho.
Majaliwa.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.